We're getting down, we're getting low. come to the final weekend of OCE for the year of RLCS down here, down under, and we hope to finish it off with a bang. Welcome to the Fortress Global OCE RLCS coverage. CJ's here and Queen Morgie's here for her first ever pre-show. How are you feeling about that?
A little nervous, but I think we'll get through
With
it pretty
us?
fine, Yummy.
You can't be nervous with us. I mean,
No, it's
we're a
always
rabble.
nervous for the first time, but you guys are a lot of fun. So, yeah, I'm excited to get this started.
CJ, and it's just our star power. We're just so ridiculously famous and handsome.
Yep, or lack thereof is another word that I'd add on the end of anything you say for the most part.
I fed you a compliment for the first time in your entire life,
No,
and
you
you
fed
wonder
us a
why I don't
compliment.
compliment you.
It was like you group yourself in there, so then it's like, what percentage do you take of all that? You're probably in your head taking 99%. Yummy, that's the way I took it.
I did make you. So
hey, you did make it. It's good to be here, and I was just saying in the little green room before we started, it feels weird that it is the final one, the last one of the season. I can't believe it.
Especially for us in OCE because we didn't have an official broadcast of the first set, so it's really just felt like a few weeks. But even now, we're not even in June yet.
Definitely strange to think it's just the major and worlds, and then we're done for the year before next season. It's very, very odd feeling.
Yeah, it's but let's enjoy it, hey? Let's not start this with on a downer. Yummy, come on, you're the host. You're meant to get us up and about. Let's talk about how exciting it's going to be.
Well, it is going to be exciting. We do have the results of the last event, and that's put us into a very interesting final race. Maybe not as close as we've had in the past, because we've certainly had some 2 and 3 horse races come all the way to the very wire. But there's still plenty of chance, or a chance here, for the likes of Pioneers to take over. As you know, CJ, Chiefs, your boys, they're kind of on the verge right now.
My boys are in the box seat, but I tell you what, I've been in that spot before, Yummy. It is certainly not over. So if you're thinking that everything's all said and done, all Chiefs need to do is finish on the same or better than Pioneers, and they're through to the major, then they're through to Worlds, well, forget about that. Anything can happen. And even looking at Grounds, Gremlins, you've got some other teams around there. You got Kib Gang, obviously. I don't know why I said Gremlins. I just thought it was
Gremlins are the opposite side.
Yeah, sorry. You got Kib Gang, Pioneers, Ground Zero, even your boy Misty Yummy. If the stars align and he can find his way to a regional victory, well, anything's possible.
It seems interesting. The one scenario that we do have is Pioneers are at least wanting to do better than the Chiefs in order to put themselves in a good spot for Worlds still, because they are ahead in points right now and could get themselves into a position where at least the Chiefs have to work at the major to get there. But they could even go 2 placements above. But what I did want to talk about is maybe the winners and the losers of the season. Who's come out better than expected, and maybe who's come out worse. And Morgie, I'm going to start with you because I like going negative. Who's come out badly this season so far?
Who's come out badly this season? That's a good question, Yummy. I feel like what?
I just think you kind of knew what the question was at the start.
That's a good question. It is a good question.
It is a good question. We've seen all of the teams rise and fall. We've seen power fall in the Swiss before. So there's everyone seems to be a little bit up and down at the moment. I feel like the bottom half of that top 8. I feel like we've got a fairly set top 4 in Power, Pioneers, Kib Gang, and the Chiefs, but I feel like that kind of lower half, your Fizz 6, your Gamers, they've been a little bit inconsistent. So I guess if we're talking about kind of the teams that have fallen below expectations, I would put them in that bracket.
Let me set the tone then.
Oh,
okay. I'm going to come out because they're expecting this. Ground Zero, what have you been doing? Atrocious season. Now, I think that their first split, I was saying, that was their split to get into it, to get some experience on Prompt in particular. But we knew that this was a team that could compete in the top 4, in the top 3, and they've fallen short of the mark far too many times. They haven't broken into a top 2 yet. I had some more expectations to that team, and I will take any chance I can get to make fun of Ground Zero. So come on, they're one of my biggest losers of the season.
Yeah, that's pretty harsh because your boy Misty's right there on the same points when we're looking at the for these current majors.
Yeah, but did we actually expect anything?
Well, look, maybe not. Look, I want to throw now. I just like talking about this as well. I want to throw them out there. Gaming Gamers. I mean, we had a look at them in the first event. We said, hang on a minute. This is the largest roster ever formed in Rocket League esports history, and well, they're out of the major contention. They're out of world's contention. They're currently seventh? Yeah, seventh total in points. I was expecting something, Matt. I thought they cooked up something. I mean, Dumbo, we have a lot of respect for him in terms of just his presence, his multi-capable, multi-job, multi-occupational career in Rocket League as well. Going from playing, gee whiz, he was there for a long time playing and now coaching as well. But disappointing that they weren't able to really compete with the top.
Fair enough. We'll talk about some of the winners too. Who's overdone expectations. I actually think this is a hard one for me to do, so I'm going to come in first again and say Power obviously overdid expectations. They haven't lost a single event, and even though I think they were probably the favourites coming into the season, nobody expected them to do this well. So I'm going to leave it a bit tougher for you, Morgie. Who's been the big winner outside of Power?
I mean, for me, the team that sticks out as a winner, then if we're gonna go down that path, I would say Cube Gang. I'd say a team that doesn't currently have an org. It's made up of those players. We've kind of, I guess we've referred to them as not the leftover players, but the players who have had that experience on those top rosters. They've come together and formed this team, and I would say they're a dark horse coming into this split, and they've done so well.
Maybe you could even go further and specifically. Right, because Gus before we're talking about the entire season. Gus before this season had never been on a top team. He found himself on top teams. He found himself constantly in contention for the major. And I think a lot of people globally as well kind of know the name Gus now and have these expectations that he's getting to the major maybe next season.
Yeah, they've done well, and you can nearly say Chiefs because there was some crazy comments, and I'm talking about the organisation, not the team, because there was some question marks on who are they going to go with. Obviously, the whole team kind of went, see you later, but they managed to land Kaka's minions and keep Hunter, which there were some question marks around that. I will say there were some rumours, some of the players weren't happy. Some of the other teams going, what are they doing? What are they doing with these guys? But so far, it's been a tick. Now, there's an asterisk on that because they could just completely bomb out this weekend, not make the major, not make worlds. But I think if they can do it, they get a placement higher than your Kib Gangs and your Pioneers. Basically, they need 2 placements less, and it's a tiebreaker. So, as long as they put in a good performance, they should be able to lock it in, and that's been pretty good from them. Outside of that, obviously HSP's been a massive winner. I tell you what, the local HSPs, wherever you've been, if you have watched a single minute of this broadcast, this split, you've probably gone and bought one. So that is a massive win for the HSP community,
and also the team,
and the team.
We will move on towards what today looks like. We have 5 matches, of course, as usual on the Friday. And we are going to be starting today, by the way, with the Power match. And you guys are going to be like, oh, no, it's not going to go watch Kib Gang versus HSP. Sure, that's really exciting. But we're going to be watching the Power match because they're expected to win the first match. And if they do, they qualify for both the major and worlds. So we're there for that,
Fair enough. I think we should take a look, and maybe that puts a bit of pressure on the Morgie. Maybe we don't want to create an upset, but we might for entertainment factors. So maybe it puts a little bit of pressure on them.
Do you really think Tango Ghosts are going to cause the upset against Power?
He is Tango. If there's got to be an upset, Tango's involved. Well, maybe not, but Tango. Let's talk about Tango. He can do it.
Well, before we do that, I know you asked a question, but because we spent so much on the previous topic, let's go to the popping the bubble. Let's figure out who this weekend, because we always talk about the top 8, we always watch your Powers, your Kib Gangs, your whatever, cringe. I want to know, and maybe Morgie, this is where you're far more knowledgeable than me, who's going to be kind of that team that breaks into the top 8 in the final event. Maybe somebody who hasn't made a top 8 in any of the previous ones so far.
I was going to say a team that hasn't made it into the top 8 is a little trickier, but I know maybe this is a bit of a cheat answer, but Gremlins, given that they weren't here
It's like formal never
last
left.
qual. No, I've got to point it out. They weren't here last qual, but they're here now. They've regained. They're coming back. They want this. And look, they have made top 8, so maybe that is cheating a little bit. But
I'll go the
I'm
opposite,
keen to
by the
see them
way.
regain that.
I'm going to say Gremlins won't make top 8. I'm just going to put
Really?
that down on the table. Gremlins don't make top 8 this weekend. So even though they didn't make it into the top 16 last week, they're going to continue with that dry spell.
I've got to ask them, who's going to keep them out of it? Who's that
Anybody,
floor?
literally anybody. They lose in the first round of qualifiers every week now, basically. They lost to Gingy this week.
I agree with Morgie, except the one thing that I won't agree on is she said they want this. I'm not sure if they do want this. I'm not sure what they want, to be honest,
Maybe a bit of money.
after last time. But I think they can make top 8, so we'll go for that. We'll have to move on. Yeah, I mean, gee whiz, we're getting through this.
Well, you know what? I don't mind delaying the start of this match a little bit because, like, let's face it, it's going to be a 3-0. Come on.
It's yep. It's
but
formality.
There's got to be a team that's not the Gremlins that you guys are backing to make a top 8 this weekend. Like somebody, like Composure, right? They looked really good last week. They didn't quite make it through. I think they lost to Gaming Gamers in the end, if I recall. No, they lost to
first to
Exo
Kib
Clan.
Gang.
Game 5.
They lost first to Kib Gang with a very unfortunate own goal from negative.
Oh
that
my goodness.
will top the season. So I don't know, if it wasn't for that own goal, it happens. Stuff like that happens. If it wasn't for that, they had Kib Gang right there, ready to destroy them, and the own goal was just, it's unfortunate, but they definitely proved themselves last qual.
Can I put them as one of the winners? Can we go back to winners and losers of the season? Because they were, I dare say, the only team that made the big scenes. They made worldwide headlines with that own goal. That was on the EU pre-show as the #1 top own goal of the season worldwide. So shout out Negative. That was huge.
That's brilliant. Sicky, Negative. Maybe some one of your goals. Probably
One of
in there
my
at
8.
point,
I don't think I've had
CJ,
as
so-
many spectacular ones, but I've definitely done a lot of them.
You
in
went
terms
for
of quantity.
consistency over quality. Yeah.
I think that's, it's more about the stats at the end of the day, but clearly not Negative. I mean, I'd love to check how many followers he's gained from that on all socials. He has gone global.
Maybe we see more of that this week. But speaking of, we will go to this first match, and of course the crucial qualifier for Power. Win this, and they clinch both the major and Worlds, and they're going up against Ops, who we haven't seen yet.
Yeah, look, it's a match we have to show, just because if we don't
sound
do
a
it.
bit more excited, please.
Sorry,
It's a match we have to show.
it's a match we have to show because this. Look, they're unbeaten. Well, they're not in Swiss, but they haven't lost a single event yet. And this would be massive to have that team secured first up as quickly as humanly possible. Basically, Team Power this side, as you can see there, Tango Fever and Banana Head with Coach Jim hanging out behind them. But look, it's been a phenomenal run, Morgan. You have to say, you have to tip your hat to them. They've clearly worked hard. They've put in the effort through the off season, and it's paid off in this short 2024 season.
Oh, absolutely. Power have gone to show that they are such a dominant force in OCE and relatively unbeaten. I will say that, although we have seen them fall in the Swiss before to the likes of Kib Gang and Ground Zero, not the entire event, but they've suffered a couple of series losses. So I don't know. I wouldn't be so quick to say that this is definitely a win. I believe in Power. I really do believe in Power, but we do have some talent on this ops side here. Matthew being one of those players who, well, 2 seasons ago was up for the, what do you call it, not Rookie of the Year, but Up and Coming Player award. So he's got a lot of talent, a lot of mech. Tango's got a great history of experience as well. And when he started to take the game more casually, he's subbed for some of those top rosters. So I don't know, they could do a little bit of damage to Power. It'll be hard, I'll admit that.
It's hard for me to believe in Ghost, especially after his multiple retirements.
Yeah, when's the last event he played in, Ghost?
Let's go have a quick look. Because, he was a real up-and-comer, RLCS season 6-ish time. Lasted maybe one more season after that. He did play in 21-22 spring, or made top 8 in 21-22 spring. So that's his latest big result.
So wait, he's older than...
That's the last time he played as well. He came top 8.
So I played more recently than Ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And you had probably a bit more success. You can see all of our predictions. If you guys get your predictions in the chat as well, we'll show that up on stream because currently only one person's put it in, so it's going to be 100% to power if it stays like that. But yeah. Oh, Matthew as well. He was performing with Volt and Big Rooster. If you guys remember was it Titans Reborn? Was that their name?
Yep.
A good team, but obviously didn't work out. He's had some success in ODL. He's been a bit of an up and comer, so it's been interesting to see, or it is interesting now to see him on a team like this. Maybe just finding a bit more experience before next season.
Perhaps. I think anytime you get to play Power as well, it's a nice little... I don't know how many teams Power are scrimming, Morgan. I don't know how behind the scenes you are with that kind of stuff. I haven't asked them. I'm not interested, to be honest. I just want to see them perform internationally. But it's a great experience anytime you get to play the top team in the scene. And, it's unquestionable, especially if they win this event. They are the most dominant team. I don't want to say ever, because there's always that sort of Chiefs out for Sydney yummy run that obviously they never really lost. But certainly in the open era. So... a great test anytime you get to play them.
So, yeah, definitely.
Morgie,
yes, Yummy.
Touching on this, what would be a good result for Power at the major that you would be proud of? Because me and CJ have been pushing for them, for OCE to make a top 8 for years now. CJ, unfortunately, always held one of the positions that prevented us from getting a top 8. But is it top 8 for you, or are you happy with the 2-3?
Hang on. Whoa. Let's don't throw that in there. I've been gone for 2 years now, and we've done nothing. So I clearly wasn't gatekeeping. Anyway, continue the question.
No, I will agree. I think a top 8 would be really cool. I think, seeing some of the international talent. I mean, you guys are probably better experts on the international scene than I am. I've been keeping up with it, but obviously I've come into this a lot later. There's a lot of talent, so it's difficult for Power to come up against some of those teams. I think a top 8 would be really cool.
So,
I agree.
what might be stopping them? Why are OCE not good enough at the moment?
God, that's a deep question.
Just pure individual skill, not enough practice against good teams, not long enough boot camps.
Probably the practice against the good teams. Obviously, it's hard for, I'd call us, obviously one of the smaller regions, having smaller population, smaller number of those talented teams to come up against. Obviously, we look at the teams that are currently 2nd, 3rd, 4th. If they had more powers to come up against, or more of those dominant forces in the region to verse, the more you play them, the better and better you get. But obviously, there's only so many scrims that can be had. So I think it all comes down to population.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Power's not getting challenged right now, CJ. And we've seen that they've won series while they've been playing kind of not very well. And that's not really going to push anyone to be better, right?
I think so, but we talk about,
look at that.
You kind of raised an interesting point there, Morgie, about teams can only scrim so much. But is that true? Are we working hard enough? That's a question that I think players might need to ask themselves. A bit of thoughts on this one, because I think Team Power, without question, in terms of overtime, the substance of work they've put in, I think they've undoubtedly worked harder than any other team as well. So I don't think it's just talent or other teams not working as hard. But I really think that other teams can work hard. And, it's not just scrims. It's not just, doing your 2 scrims a night and getting off, playing a bit of ranked. It's about, analysing these teams, looking to get the better of Power, looking to work out what makes that team click. Why are they so good? And maybe they'll improve the whole region.
I think one other factor that does kind of come into it though, and I'm sorry if this is going a little bit too deep into it and kind of leaning on that, is you look at other regions or the bigger regions and there's more support from sponsorships, therefore there's more money going into the teams. And obviously if you're teams that are earning a higher salary have less of a requirement to, work other jobs to keep up other aspects in their life. So if you're having to juggle, maybe not so much for our, top couple of teams, but if you're in that kind of bubble section and, you have to juggle this with work and a few other things, you don't have as much time as they would, players in other regions would. So I feel like that can factor in as well.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a lot of challenges as we have, but we are into this first night game and they're already absolutely firing here, Team Power. As we said, if you've just tuned in, you're going, what are we doing? It's the first round. Why are we watching Team Power? Usually, we save that for round 3, or sometimes we don't even watch them on the Friday. We're so sure of them making it through to the playoffs, but this win would guarantee the major and the world championships, and a very deserved one as well. So they've still got to get the job done here in a best of 5, but there's plenty of other action going on as well, as that's just end-to-end, length of the field counter-attack, banana head in the octane as well. That's an interesting maneuver from him. I like seeing it, but yeah, it's a big series for Power's international qualification.
Oh, absolutely. And they've gone into this ready. They've gone into this hot. We're not even a minute in and they are 2 goals up already. I guess kind of what we're expecting of Power, like we've said, for them to be so dominant already, for them to have won every other final so far is huge. They want this one. They want to win this qualifier. They want to top the cake off with a little bit of icing. And we've seen Torsos now with another goal to put them 3 goals ahead.
Absolutely firing at the moment. You can see Matthew. He is on an island and he is in big trouble. And look at the placement there from Torsos. Fever spoke about it. They obviously made Copenhagen as well the first major of the season, and that's coming off a 6-month off season. So obviously we had high expectations. Myself and Yami, we're always going to have high expectations and of our region, of the teams that are competing internationally. But a massive off season. Fever spoke about them trying to catch up. They felt like they had fallen behind a bit, but were able to sort of bridge that gap. So it will be exciting. There is a long time. We spoke about it before the show, until the World Championships as well, looking all the way to September. So if they're able to lock in here, you've got months to be able to prepare to boot camp internationally. I think we can really give the strongest OCE showing we've ever had, or at least since Season 6. But we do get the first goal on the board here for the Ops. As Ghost, look at the fake. That's the experience. That's what we brought back in the days, RLCS 21-22. Just a couple of offensive fakes / whiffs and set up your teammates.
Absolutely, and we know Ghost does have that experience playing at LANs as well. I think Ghost is a GFIN player from memory.
Yep.
So, all of that does come into play here. Still, like I said before, hoping Ops can do some damage to Power. I don't think that necessarily Power's just going to run away with this overly easy. I do think I want to say it's going to be 3-0, but in saying that, I don't think it's going to be, the games are going to be all too, goal differential wise, all too hard.
As Bilko said that he'll take a top 4 for Power, for OCE. So there you go. We're getting recommendations. We're getting advice as well. I like that. I would love a top 4 as well. A top 4 would be enormous, whether that is coming up in London or at the World Championships. It's got to be another goal on the board. It's looking strong for the boys on Team Power. Look, they're the number 1 team for a reason. And would you say, Morgie, this could be a big call, would you say that this team is more dominant? Could they overtake the OG Chiefs?
Could they overtake? Ooh.
Is the best we've ever seen, the best we've ever had, or will it take? Do you have to get rid of? I know you might not want to say it, but would it? I think it has to be international performances, doesn't it? We, domestically. Yeah. Obviously, it's been phenomenal what they've done. If they are able to win this event as well, but they're still yet to really do the damage that we had back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, Power have been super strong for a long time. It hasn't just been this split. They've been one of those top teams for a long time, and obviously the OG Chiefs roster was as well. I think it does. I think you're right. I think it will come down to international performance. If Power can manage to perform really well at the major, at Worlds, then I think they will take that that spot of being one of our best, just full stop, I guess.
I'd love to see, these teams in the off-season, between splits, whenever it is, just as much as possible, getting overseas to get that experience. Now, obviously, that does come with funding, with investment from orgs, from their sponsors, things like that. But I really think it's the only way for true. You can only practice as much as, you can't really practice enough in OCE. You're not really getting as much value compared to those boot camps and the experience from that. So I'd love to see it. A team power, if they are to stick together, we talk about it potentially being a long off season. It's a long gap between worlds as well. Just getting overseas as much as possible. Jumping over to Europe, preferably. Talk about NA, not as good, I'll say. Jump over to Europe, get some practice in, and really bridge that gap. I believe in this team. But yeah, they've got to put in the work still.
I mean, we did speak before off camera, before the stream started, about that kind of long long break between worlds as well, and how detrimental that can be to some teams. Power, this roster has been together for a little while now, with a couple of roster swaps happening here and there, but they've been a strong roster for a while, with Jimmer as coach for God knows how long at this point. So you worry about some of the other teams losing synergy in between now and worlds. Having that time off without too much competition going on can be really hard for them, but I think Power will actually manage to complete on an issue like that.
It's been a bit of a loosey-goosey game number 1 here. 9 goals overall. 3, if you don't mind. I tell you, scoring 3 goals will win you a lot of games of Rocket League, but not here in OCE. Welcome to the offensive region. As pulling out a little bit of a Shopify. Shout out to those guys. All offense, no defense. That's what I'm seeing right here. 6-3 is Fever. Tries to get the double. Doesn't quite. Gee whiz. It has been... It looks like Power are enjoying themselves for the most part. I wouldn't say they're 100% locked in on this one, but it's good still to see Ghost making his return, putting up a nice bit of a fight as well, and yet to get on the board, but a couple of assists.
Yeah, it does seem like Power are having a bit of fun with this one. Not their strongest performance, but not overly necessary. Not because they're playing badly, but because they just seem to be taking this one a little bit more chill. Banana Head with another goal. Fairly easy without any defenders in net. Ghost pushing up a little bit, but was demoed and taken out of the goal saving position. Power now up 7-3 with 38 seconds left. This will easily run away to them now.
Yeah, it's been pretty cruisy ever since that first minute, getting a couple goals on the board, but I mean, just quality as well. We do need to talk about Big T Torsos. This longevity is getting ridiculous. He started before me, and 2 years later, still absolutely dominating the scene. And, back to... It's insane to say that he might have had a drop-off, because he was always basically top 2. But, starting on Alpha Sydney, starting on Chiefs, having such a dominant team, and now, in what we feel like is the twilight of his career, still on such a dominant team. I mean, he has been the pillar of the OCE in terms of pro players.
Oh, absolutely. Torsos he's hugely solid in the game, and I think one of the cool things about him, and one of the reasons he's I guess one of my favorite players to watch, is he's got such a clear play style. He's very aggressive. Obviously, we talk about Torsos demoing a lot, but I feel like he just plays that kind of first man role really well. Sets up his team, gets shots left, right, and center as well, as we can see from Fever. I think this roster just as a whole works really well. I think there's a good balance between aggression, between being passive when they need to, between defense and offense, and I think that's hugely attributed to Torsos.
Yeah, and I just love seeing, when you see the dominance on the pitch, you just know, here we are, we're in OCE, we're back, and they are boot camping for this event. They want to get the job done. It's great to have the player camp set up as well. Huge. The team strength. It's like we're just getting a little insight into their practice. We could maybe, I don't know. Gee, I don't want to say it. I was going to say maybe a little bit of a picture-in-picture. It'd be nice just to watch them while they're playing. I'm not sure what production's cooking up there. But as Formal said in chat, a casual 9-goal game. And, well, we weren't expecting a close one here, but we have to watch them because... if we do miss that qualification run for not only London, not only the second major, but for Worlds as well, everyone will be saying, what are you guys doing? But there are some other series going on. There's 7 other series going on at the moment. So if you want to tune into those, make sure you check out, if they are being covered on a team stream. Wikipedia has all your links to that as well. So make sure you're watching those other games in round number 1.
Absolutely, and I guess, look, I'm just gonna say it for the sake of saying it, a hypothetical, but had things swung the other way, had we not watched this game and we'd switched to, maybe perhaps a closer game in HSP and Kid Gang or something like that instead, and if Power had lost this, can you imagine what we'd be missing out on? Obviously it's not going that way right now, but we had to watch this, we had to see them take that spot, and it looks like it's going that way now.
Yeah, I mean, the way they were playing, I feel like they're operating at 45 to 50%. He said that. Let's not take too much away from Ops. As I said, Ghost, de-rusting as we see him right now, as we speak. 1 game in, has not played since spring of 21-22. That is a long, long time. Over 2 years since that date. So it's been a while, but Team Power, 1-0 up, looking to cruise their way through, and that'll ease the pressure for the rest of the weekend once they, know they've qualified.
Oh, for sure. It'll let them have a little bit more fun with, with the rest of the games today, and if they make it through going into tomorrow and Sunday. As we can see, Fever with the first goal of the game. I feel like Fever got most of the goals in our first game as well. Fever's been a lot more aggressive as a player lately. Usually I'd put him as more of the passive player on the Power roster, but we can see he's pushing up a lot. Has the opportunity maybe against this Ops team, and we can see overall how talented he is as a player.
Yeah, we spoke to him after they won that second event, and often happy to, I guess, trend to be a bit more defensive, shadow player, but that's taking nothing away of what he can do up front as well on the offensive front. Look at his face coming out. Matthew's in massive trouble. I'll say that for free, as that's just going to dribble in. There's your man again. Fever getting a brace, 2 on the board, 45 seconds gone. Power are absolutely all over them. Where on earth is the defense?
Well, how do you defend that when Banana Head, it obviously looked like he was going for a reset, fakes out the play, passes it off to Fever. There's just too much synergy with this Power roster right now. It's really hard to read something like that. So, nothing against Matthew. I think Matthew, obviously, like we spoke before, a couple of seasons ago, was one of those, very talented up-and-coming players, and still is. He's very mechanical, can be very aggressive at times, but, just really hard to read a play like that.
Certainly is. I've just read in chat people asking what's the record for the most goals scored in a game. Now I know we had 12, but everyone needs to settle down a little bit. I believe there was a game, and this is going into the depths of my mind right now, but I believe there was a game in South America. Furia might have been scored about 45 goals. So
what?
There's question marks on whether the other team had their controllers in their hands, but someone might be able to fact check that. If anyone's in there, it might not have been, it might have been the qualifiers, not in the actual Swiss stage itself, but it was a lot. I remember that going around the socials.
Look, I'm all for teams setting records for that kind of stuff, but 45, wouldn't you get bored and stop at even stop at 40, stop at 30? Wait, what? That's so harsh to whoever they were playing.
I think the other team must have put the controller down. Yeah, it was a main event, so there you go. So if you're going to look at main event records, I'm not too sure, but OCE's definitely had nearly a 20-goal game, I want to say, in a main event. It's definitely happened before, and APAC as well was ridiculous. Last weekend was... What was the score? Just someone might be able to remind me what it was over in APAC last weekend. I remember it being a massive... one individual game. 12-6. 12-6. There you go. So that's pretty impressive. 18 goals in a game.
Holy moly, that is impressive. Be an interesting game to watch for sure. Now, speaking of goal differentials, we're talking about high goal games, but we're more than halfway through this game, and we're only 2 goals
They've battened
deep,
down the hatches, Morgie. This is ridiculous. The defensive stand coming out from Ops. The changing gameplay, they are evolving as we speak. Or Power, perhaps, taking the foot off. That's a terrible touch. Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. I've cursed them live. There's Torsos going to pre-jump, and this is what you do see from someone that hasn't played the game in 2 years. Just doesn't clear it across, tries to control it, falls off the post, and hands it up to Torsos.
Yeah, obviously trying to get a higher touch on that one, but the Ghost wasn't able to send it as high as he wanted. left it a little bit too open for Torsos. Power now up with a 3-goal lead, 4-goal lead. Make that, mind you, I spoke a little too soon. Seeing Banana Head there, ready to take the shot. We should have known. Nice little pass off. Sorry, nice little pass off there. Nice bang into net. Power now 4 goals up.
Yeah, they're showing the versatility now. They would have been disappointed conceding those 3 goals in the first game. Showing that they do have some defense here, holding the clean sheet so far. Torsos takes it up. Doesn't get the touch though. Matthew, here we go. What can he do? He's going ceiling double. Everyone's gone for a team power as well. Goes trying to get inbound. Get upfield, but look at the counter-attack straight away. It's the Fever. He has a reset. He tries to take it backwards. The bumps are coming through. One of the power specialties they brought to this region. Almost a counter-attack, but anytime there's a last man back, Morgie, it is just always that man Fever.
Absolutely. He's a god in defense. He's not going to let any shots go past. He's going to keep Ops out from any scoring opportunities, as we can see. But I guess as a little bit of a stat check, we've had, 3 saves from Power, 3 saves from Ops. I don't think there's been not as many shots on target as we had last game. There's been a lot more midfield play, a lot more back and forth. Neither team really kind of holding too much possession right now. As we can see, the ball's going loose, but Matthew able to get back in time to make the Power shoot.
Yeah, Matthew getting back in time to cut the lead back to 5. Torsos gets his second on the board. Everyone on the board as well from Team Power. They've scored 14 goals now in almost 2 games of Rocket League. If there was any doubts, if there was any thoughts that perhaps these guys would be thinking about in the back of their mind, having the major, having World's qualification, forget about that. They are flying right now.
CJ, I've got to ask, Anita, if you were coaching this Ops roster right now and they just want to take one game off Power, what can they do differently? Obviously, given, particular skill set, are they needing to play a little bit more aggressively? Are they sitting back in net too much? What's the problem here?
Am I subbed or added to the roster on the official pages? Can I sub in?
Yes, you can sub in, hypothetically.
Firstly, Ghost, I'd say your services have been fantastic. It's time for me to step in. Best chance of perhaps getting a game or a goal. Let's start there for the most part here in game number 2 is a clean sheet will happen. Look, I want to be analytical. I really do. I want to say they just need to do this, but I tell you what, the skill gap in this game is like it is a giant. It's the Grand Canyon right now. So I think it's very hard to implement anything. Perhaps chase some demos. They really haven't been physical at all. I'd love to see the demo stats. I think when you're losing by 5 goals, you can at least try and bump someone. If you're clearly not hitting the ball, so trying to hit the other team could be the strat. Maybe start there and build some confidence. But it's hard to stop this Power lineup.
Oh, fair enough. And it's difficult for this to be the first game for Ops today, coming up against Power, coming up against OCE's wonder team. It's going to be hard on the mental. But I do believe in this Ops roster. We're talking earlier about teams that could pop the bubble. I think this team does have some talent in it, and I think had we been versing any other team other than Power right now, we might have a different story. Maybe a couple of games taken off some of the other teams that are sitting in that top 8 for sure. Maybe potentially an upset if they could take out one of the kind of lower half of that top 8. I think it's possible, but Power, it's so hard for them to come up against Power right now.
Yeah, the gap between the top and the rest has never been bigger, in my opinion, and you can see it, as you said, the lower half of that top 8. Just sign up, see if you can get in there. It's a free for all down there. It's absolute chaos. As you said, there's certainly a chance. You might be watching this and thinking, okay, well, these guys aren't going to be able to get the job done anywhere else in the Swiss stage, but OCE can happen, can be wide open. They might be able to get confidence. It's not going to get any harder, I'll say, from here for Ops. You're trying to look at the positives.
No, definitely only onwards and upwards from here. If they can manage to at least get a little bit of momentum, if they can get a goal here, maybe. Banana Head almost stealing that from Fever. The ball has gone the other way. We've got Power up again with another goal to start this match. Ops they've been starved for a little while.
Torsos is just running down the field, bumping 2 of them at the same time as Matthew typing in chat as well. He's not happy with that. says bruh, Torsos. Not quite happy with the physical attention being provided. As you said, he's known for his bumps as well in that Dominus. The team man, and stepping up again here. It's looking, every game's gone to very similarly. Early goals from Power and in cruise control from there.
Yeah, and we're talking about things that Ops need to do before, things that they need to kind of step up to be able to challenge Power a little bit more. I feel like it's kind of hard to say this because, like I'd say, you need to learn how to play against these really aggressive teams like Power. You need to learn how to dodge demos, how to dodge bumps. But I would say I don't know if too many other teams in our region have that playstyle specifically. So, if you're practicing to counter that, I feel like Power's the only real team that, is consistent with that kind of playstyle.
Well, he might be listening to the stream, Morgie. We asked for bumps, and bumps have been delivered. Ghost goes to the air dribble, leaves the ball, gets rid of Banana Head. They do tie this game up. First time they have been able to tie it up outside of 5 minutes remaining. The very start of each game is... Well, this might change here. Early reset coming through. Great defense, though, from Ops, and they do get the clearance. Fever tracking back with 0 boost. So the rotations will be coming in a bit slower from Power. How has Fever done that? He's had 5 boosts. He's got around 1 and pitched it downfield.
It was a beautiful little fake, I guess, to make it seem that he was going to take the ball up the wall, kind of jumped it, went into the corner instead. Definitely really talented thing for some of these players to be able to play without boost for the first time, ladies and gentlemen. In this series, we have Ops up on Power.
Well, that was just disrespectful from Banana Head. He grabbed the corner boost and just turned straight upfield, said, Torsos, you've got that. As the ball was bouncing above his net. Call it now. Call the game. As Yami said, GG's. Give them this one. 2-1 up. Power have taken the foot off the gas a little bit, but there's the bump, there's the dunk. Banana Head just responding down the other end. They're not worried about defending. It's game 1 all over again. They're just going to shoot their way to victory.
Yeah, Matthew with it, an unfortunate touch there, just very easily dunked by Banana Head to equalise this game. We've got 2-2 right now between these teams. Ops wanting to fight to stay in this right now. They're not wanting to get swept by Power. Power probably wanting to get this over and done quicker. You could see on their player cams before, they don't look too rattled. They seem to be taking this fairly chilled and fairly laid back, having a good time playing this series. So, I wouldn't expect anything less for the rest of this match either.
Yeah, we'll see though. They've still managed to keep this one a lot considerably close. They might get the lead again. Matthew just needs to doink it in. Wait a second. Team Power getting caught out positionally. You can see it again here. It's Torsos pushing down. A Banana Head's rotations. I tell you what, he has 0 respect for the other team. As he's just pushed himself past the halfway line, third man. Open net. Matthew lands down the end and doinks it in.
Credit to Matthew, though, for kind of recognising that his team had possession and to kind of hang back in offense a little bit there rather than, express rotating back to protect the goal. He stayed up and was luckily able to have that little shot into net. Good to see Ops up now with half a game left. They've still got plenty of time to, maybe potentially score a couple more on Power. We'll see.
You see Ghost with a double demo as well, the physical play. I might be a super coach. He may be listening to the stream as well. Great to see, almost getting another chance for them. They are the defense. Well, Power trying to force the pace. Tango getting more demos, but that's a huge miss. It's a huge whiff coming through in defense. Fever gets one back, ties it up again. Well, Ops can't seem to hold that lead for very long. They just make a couple of mistakes, and Power, they walk right through that open door.
Oh, super unfortunate there from Matthew. You can't be missing. Always going to capitalise on misses like that. They know other teams are going to be making mistakes when they put the pressure on, and that's the beauty of their play style. We'll see Fever with an attempt now. Banana Head manages to keep possession though. Matthew going to take it off him. All a little bit loose in the centre right now, kind of going back and forth between both teams. We're going to see Torsos with Fever, back to Fever. Team plays, that's what we'd love to see from teams like this. I couldn't call who was going to shoot it just then, but all 3 players getting a touch on the ball.
Yeah, how good was that? And how cool, look at the quality finish. Banana Head in the octane, bar down. I'm liking this car change up from him. 3-man pass play. They absolutely cut them apart there. You reckon they were just statues in net. Ops is more demos coming through, more physical play. Tango gets the touch and the 50 as well, but Banana Head just on it so quick. This Power lineup so impressive. I feel like for the majority of this season. It's felt like watching Max Verstappen in the Formula One. just ridiculous. Some people can call it boring. Some people can sit there and just be amazed at the work that they've been able to put in and just how good they've been.
Absolutely, and they're starting to step it up a little bit more now, maybe realizing that, Ops isn't, maybe they've underestimated kind of how this match would go, and Ops are managing to score on them a little more than they maybe initially thought. So we're starting to see a lot more pressure from Power now. Torsos with another shot to put them up 6-3 with 1:20 left. Ops really need to turn the heat back on again, try and score. They need to score 3 goals at least to equalize this and keep themselves in the running to not get knocked out this series.
Tell you what, I think they were a goal down 13 seconds ago, and you can just see how quickly things can change with this team. Just how much offense they have as well. 6-3 up, as you said. Let's make it 7. That's a fantastic shot from Banana Head, who's really been looking good here in this first round of the Swiss. They're a minute away, Team Power, from, well, I'll say all the glory, but they certainly have their sights set on performing internationally, not just making it, which has been testament to them, but as we said, minute away from qualifying for the major, qualifying for Worlds, and continuing with their potential perfect season, which does sound absolutely crazy to say, but thoroughly deserved.
Oh, for sure. And qualification aside, if they win this series, which is it's looking pretty good for them right now, and they do qualify to the major and to Worlds, like you said, they haven't lost any of the finals yet. They've had 5 in a row, and they want the 6th this season for sure. They want to go into tomorrow. It's not just this game with this series we're looking at now. It'll be Power going into the next ones, wanting to take out this qualifier as well. So fingers crossed for them. Hopefully they can continue their performance, their dominant performance, as we can see now against Ops. 10 seconds left. Not much Ops can do now.
Yeah, well, there's certainly no K-Corp. They keep on performing at the highest possible level as the ball will eventually hit the ground, and Team Power will make their way to London and the World Champs. They're going to be the #1 seed as well. Forget about the rest. Team Power, the most dominant team we've seen in a long time since Torsos, that man, was on the OG Alpha Sydney Chiefs. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to their supporters, to the organisation. There's the hugs. They're super happy. Lachlan's stoked as well on the Team Power facility. And great to see. Just huge news from them, and could not have done it any better and any more comfortably either, Yummy, in that first round, I tell you what.
Yeah, it was too comfortable, because you see at the end there wasn't much passion in Fever's Fortnite dance. We've seen him really break out the moves and the big victories, but it was just like going through the motions today.
Seen better. I've seen much better on boot camps as well. The things that he does off camera is it needs to be seen to be believed. But maybe if they win the World Champs, we can see that. But no, congratulations to them qualifying for both. I'd say this early. It's not exactly early, but it's as early as you possibly can do it. Final weekend on Swiss. I mean, they just haven't put a foot wrong, Morgie.
No, they definitely haven't. They've continued this dominant performance throughout the split, even before this season. Definitely a good showing from OCE, definitely a team we want over at the major, and obviously a team we want over at Worlds as well. Fingers crossed they can continue this winning streak. I'm getting too ahead of myself, I guess. They have qualified, but fingers crossed they can continue their performance tonight in the Swiss stage and onto the weekend.
Well, it should be interesting. There's no pressure on them, and usually for a lot of teams that means they're going to perform better. I worry sometimes with Power that they end up without the pressure, just relaxing, trolling a little bit too much.
It has happened before. I remember, they get whispers, they win 2 events, and they're talking about, this was when they hadn't had a perfect split yet, Yummy. They're going, we're going to do it, we're going to have the perfect split. And then they're like, I guess we didn't really try as much. We weren't practicing, Banana Hair wasn't going to sleep, or, Fever's done this, X, Y, Z. So it has happened before, but I think perhaps that's one reason to get them all to boot camp together, get them in the Power facility as well. So, just keep them switched on, keep them locked in. They've got to get a job done. They've got work to do still, and so far it's working out.
I'll tell you what, though, it was good seeing Ghost on the pitch again. Not for his gameplay, not at all, but it just brought back a lot of good memories. You know, he was there at Gfinity. He's a good bloke, and it's good to see him. Maybe not for the last time. Maybe he doesn't retire again. But I will say, given you know how long the off season is, and they do not have a chance to make the major because they've only played in this event, and you know, I'm not expecting to see much more. So we'll see how he goes through the rest of this event, and of course the rest of the ops roster. See maybe he gets to the last hurrah, because he finished a top 8 just before he retired. He retired on top.
I mean, that's peak, isn't it? You know, for finishing top 8 in OCE, that's the goal for everyone. It is good to see. I felt like I was back. I feel like I went in through a time machine or something. You know, you got Tango, you've got Ghost on one side as well. Matthew, who was, as Morgie said, I think he wants an up-and-coming or potential new talent, rising star, or Tor Sauce. The entire team's there. I'm back. It felt great to be there. No, it's good to see Ghost, but I believe we are attempting to sort an interview.
Yeah, we're attempting an interview. Don't get ahead of ourselves. Sorry. We've been told to fill.
Right? I'm actively filling.
All right. So, okay, now that they have made the major, you said you wanted to see them come top 8. Morgie, is this a top 8? Are they coming top 8 in London?
Absolutely. I mean, CJ and I just said that during that game, what we were saying, they weren't playing at their peak, but not because they were playing badly, but just because it wasn't only necessary. We've seen them play a lot harder, and I think that, you know, as we continue into the Swiss, as we continue into tomorrow, I'm going to say that they're making it through, that I think they will continue that momentum into the major. And, you know, I'm a believer. I'm going to say that now is the time. And yeah, I reckon they will, Yummy.
I've got the problem of having said that this is the split 7 times.
Let's say Worlds then. I'm going to say Worlds because I think that, you know, they'll go over and they'll be pretty good again. They might get one good result. You know, it's so matchup, you know, dependent as well when you get into that Swiss stage. But World Champs, positives for them. There's no wild card, so there's no potential for, you know, a 5th European team to come in, and, you know, so I'd say there's less, you know, it's the same amount of competition as the majors. So give them another few months as well. Assuming they'll have the longest boot camp ever, because there's no reason not to. You look at some other events, you know, there's potentially Gamers 8 as well in between the major and Worlds, with that massive gap between June and September. So a couple of months there. Long boot camp, Yummy, and then I think a top 8. There's no excuses because there's no other tournaments. It's not like the other regions are playing RLCS. So they have a great chance to really close the gap and get a good boot camp in.
I'm with you on that one, because I've reminded the fact that sometimes it's not going to be the informed teams that are there for Worlds. You know, sometimes it's going to be a team that was good in the first split for North America and bombed out in the second split, but, you know, because they're no longer any good, but they're still going to be at Worlds because they were so good in the first split, kind of thing. So there's actually a few extra or a few less maybe competitive teams over at this Worlds. Another one, you know, Mina number 2. I know Power did beat Rule 1 in the last one, but maybe expecting that at Worlds, the Mina number 2 is not going to be as strong as well, or the major. So there'll be maybe some easier runs for them. We'll find out at Worlds. We are going to have an interview with Fever once we get that ready. We wanted to have a chat with them as they did just qualify. They might have cooled off a little bit by now, I think, CJ. No longer celebrating.
I'm laughing because I said there won't be a 5th EU team at Worlds, and Bilko's gone, what about the SSA spot? Which is a great point as well. Sorry, forgot about that. Maybe there will be 5 European teams.
But what does Mobulus, or whatever their name is, have to do to get to Worlds?
I think they're in a bit of trouble because they didn't play. They didn't have the points for the first split. So I think we should be okay there for Limitless to be able to still secure that world spot. But, you know, tune into the SSA, tune into Greybeard. He'll let you know. He'll let you know all the goss on that one as well coming into the major and Worlds. But yeah, I think Fever, getting back to your original point, look, I want to see some dancers on this interview, perhaps. I want to see him celebrating, show us what he's got on the camera. And yeah, I'm sure it'd be pretty chill. I don't think he was heating up too much for that series. It was a formality, that first round.
Well, looks like we have the interview ready, so let's get into it.
Look at this guy.
Hello.
Hey, Fever, how's it going? How's it feel winning and qualifying for the Major and Worlds?
Feels good. We had to do a lot. We had to win a series to qualify for both. But no, on a real though, it's a good feeling. Yeah, we started the season with the intention of, trying to make every lane, and so far it's been really good. So hopefully continue it.
Phoebes, congratulations, mate. This must feel pretty good. You certainly had scarier qualification runs or matches.
Yeah.
Is this a reward for effort for you guys? Is it kind of, do you feel like you've put in more work than ever, or do you think it's just a pretty special team?
I think you've nailed it. I think honestly we're a special team. I think we're the 3 best players in the region, just all one team. But I think also it has come down to hard work. I know we've put in a lot of hours to really get things going when things have been tough, whether it's in scrims or even back to the gauntlet, December, where things weren't really working, and we went back to the drawing board. So I think a lot of hard work, a lot of just natural synergy, and I think the best thing is we're just friends on and off the pitch. So it's really special.
That definitely makes it a lot easier, because again, that was a really good performance and very well deserved this entire season. One thing I got to ask is, with there being such a gap in results, and we were talking about it before, are there any big plans between now and then, or just the usual, just the scrims?
We kind of got a reality check back in Copenhagen. We did win against Rule 1, and we kept it close with some games, but what we produce in OC is not going to be good enough. So when we get to international, we might have to change some things, but we'll get to it. When we get there, we'll get to it, and we'll act accordingly. But we're confident. We hope we get a top 8, either London, Worlds, doesn't matter. We'll try.
What about a top 4?
A top 4, of course.
Yeah.
We want to get a top 8, and then we'll go top 4, and then top 2, and then top 1.
Also, I've noticed. What do you think of Banana Head's mullet in the background? I know it's too fashionable now,
So Torsten and I came in today, and this guy's got a mustache, a different head. It's weird. But no, it's decent. It's good different. So it's nice.
Good.
Yeah, he's got the mullet, he's got this tash, and he's on the Octane as well. What's the car change up? You liking him on the Octane, or is he just having fun?
He's gone for the full rebrand, which I don't know why, but no, if it's working for him and he's playing his best, he won't complain. So we'll see today. What do you
I want to ask as well, Phoebes. Playing Ghost on the pitch, former teammate back in the day. I mean, the last time he played was spring 2022 RLCS. I was still playing back then. What was it like to be on the pitch with Ghost? Did you jump through a time machine or something?
It was, I don't know, it was weird in a way, but seeing Ghost, because I to give props and respect to him, he's pretty much the one that really taught me how to play 3v3, because I was kind of all individual and didn't know how to work as a team. So I have a lot of respect for him. He taught me a lot when I was growing up as a player and just as an individual, and I can't thank him enough for giving me an opportunity on Mindfreak. And yeah, it was really cool seeing him play. So it's awesome.
Well, do you have any shout outs, any words about sponsors or Power or anything like that?
Of course. Got to thank Power, got to thank Nacon for boot camping, as you can see. Got to give massive respect to the team. I know we've been through the lows, we've been through the highs, we've been through all of it. Got to shout out Jimmer, he's off camera. Got to shout out Lachlan, of course. Who else is that? Shout out Zach, shout out Liam behind the camera, setting all this up. Shout out Rig as well, and shout out Red Bull. So thank you guys.
Well, thank you, and good luck at the major. We'll be cheering you on, and at Worlds too.
Awesome, thank you guys.
Well, Power have made it through, and I can still
Get
hear
that guy out of my ear.
Get him out! I'll just mute him locally.
I've actually left it. Get that guy out of here. Get that guy out of here.
They're all talking, but yeah, big shout out to Power. They've made it through to the major. They've made it through to Worlds. If you are in OC, if you're there in Twitch chat, make sure you're cheering them on the entire way, because we got to make the top 8. We got to make the top 4 very, very soon. But before we do that, we have to go through the rest of the day's matches. Round 2 is coming up after this break.
Welcome back, everyone. It's everyone's favorite time of the day where you start to think about dinner time. You start to get those little senses in your head, and then you think, stuff it. I'm not going to cook. I'm going to get an HSP. And that's where we're at right now. Round number 2, final event here in OCE for the season. Welcome, Formal. Look, me and Yummy, we'll talk about HSPs all day, but it's great to have you here. Tell me you're excited as well.
Yeah, I actually ate before coming into this one, so I'm not going to fall into the HSP trap that seems to enthrall you two each and every time. But it's good to be here. Enjoyed watching sort of the procession lap a la Monaco of Power in that last series to get them through into Worlds. And excited for this upcoming game, see if the Chiefs can match.
I've just realized I haven't even introduced what the matchup is. Everyone's thinking, what is going on?
Before that, CJ, as the host, can you tell us maybe a little bit about what happened in the last round?
Great call. So we just had round 1 finish. If you haven't tuned in, or even if you did watch it, we saw a lovely sweep from Team Power. They secured themselves to London, to the World Championships, but we also had a full round of Swiss as well. 7 other matches there. And looking around the grounds, well, business as usual for the Chiefs Esports Club. They had a nice little 3-0, but there were a couple of enormous upsets. Formula. I'm looking at Kib Gang. I'm looking at Ground Zero as well. And, well, how about you start with your favorite team? What is going on with the Gremlins?
I mean, look, there was a lot of questions from Gremlins 2 weeks ago. The fact that they've already made top 16 is an improvement. And let's not knock composure. They're coming back with something to prove after what happened round 4 last Swiss stage. But upsets up and down the board. I'll leave Ground Zero for Yummy. Physics, again, struggling out of the gate. I feel like that's kind of unfortunately not the result they were looking for, but hey, at least the Gaming Gamers got their win, right, Yummy?
I don't know where the upsets are, gentlemen. Ground Zero, I told ya, they're the biggest losers of the season. HSP, we knew that they were going to win against Kib Gang. They went to Game 5 last time. They've been getting better and better. I mean, what is it? The only upset I see is Chiefs Esports managing to beat locked in.
I mean, Pioneers also went 5 in their matchup as well, so it's not like they had the easiest pathway through into that 1-0 round as well. So.
I also told you Gremlins are not making it into the top 8 this event, and I'm going to call it right now. After one match, I was right. I was 100% right. They're not through. I will say the one crazy thing. Imagine being Ops, right? You're like, damn, we got Power in the first round. That's okay. We'll get 3-0'd, and that means we'll get an easier round 2. So they get Ground Zero round 2, which I would say is easy, but I think, to be honest, is probably as hard as it's going to get down there.
Well, look, if you're wondering on that graphic which one of the Octanes was which team, firstly, get a logo, guys. What are we doing? Come on, sort yourselves out. But make sure you check out the bracket. Liquipedia is your one-stop shop as well. But as you said, a few upsets are around 1, so it pays to be tuning in to the other matches. There are a few other broadcasts as well going on, so you can follow links through Liquipedia as well if you want to check out the other team streams for the 7 other matches. But over on here, you can see it already down the bottom. We got Chiefs taking on HSP. I'm thinking about it already. I'm getting hungry. It is a huge match for Chiefs as well. You want the best seed possible. I know that they're not all but secured, but they do need to still put in somewhat of an effort here in this final event. Looking at least the top 4 to guarantee themselves to avoid a tiebreaker, Formal. So I think it would be a good chance to start here against a quality side in HSP.
It would be as well, especially considering, again, sort of how this Swiss works in terms of the seeding into the top 8. They've started 3-0. Their biggest rivals have either lost or went 3-2, so they're still in that prime position for the number 2 seed, which they are going to need, I imagine, because their best chance to secure it is to be on the opposite half of Power.
Until Power, of course, randomly lose a series because they've already won the major. And they're not doing it. They end up being in the same side, but I'm not expecting that to happen. As you said, HSP, I predicted them for a reason. Chat know what's going on. HSP the entire way.
Chat is hungry.
I guarantee you, if we were to have these predictions at the end of the day, after everyone has eaten, after everyone, is feeling full, and the idea of more meat and chips just feels them sick, the predictions would go the other way.
I feel like HSP is the spiritual of this broadcast of the RLCS here in OCE. They have created an absolute movement, and look at that, 76.92%. It is absolutely outrageous. Well, look, Team Power might be able to muck around now.
It is outrageous that 23% predicted Chiefs. Come on, guys.
Grow up, Yummy. Go, Chiefs will get this job done. As I said, Team Power, they might be able to muck around. They might be able to sub in Lachlan for the rest of the event. Jimmer, I'm not sure what they're going to do. They're through to the Major. They're through to Worlds. But there's one team that isn't, and that's the Chiefs. And maybe HSP. Can they create the upset, boys? Let's take a look.
I don't know, Yummy. An upset seems like a big ask against the motivated Chiefs. You believe in them, though. You think they can do it. Outside of, being hungry, why? What about this team can get them over the Chiefs?
Well, motivated or pressured? Think about it. HSP, they know they're not making the Major. They got a little unlucky, I guess, a couple of times. And put themselves pretty much out of contention. The Chiefs know that they need to do well today. They need to do well in this Swiss to avoid Power. I would even argue that maybe this Swiss, it's more important for them to do or to be at their best right now than it will be tomorrow, unless they have that very difficult potential early round matchup against Power.
I mean, it's not necessarily against Power as first shot from Misty finds itself close. Because of the amount of upsets we saw in the first round, I mean, there are some dangerous teams that could be surprising lower seeds, courtesy of HSP. I'm looking at Give Gang as a team that's down there that could be a dark horse, assuming they make it through to the quarterfinals. So,
and you lose this match, you're going to be probably versing one of those teams coming up through the Swiss. Round 5.
And then things get very, very tricky indeed. So this is an important match, and it would be massive for HSP if they take down another top 4 team in the first 2 rounds of Swiss. That's when you start to maybe put them in that consideration. But first they have to win it. Open net for Finn, and it comes off the post.
It was so wide open. Fades, I think, it absolutely bullied at the back post. Had no chance to get back into it. The Hunter maybe tried to be a little too clever with it.
That was a little bit awkward and a bit fortunate for the HSP side. And now going back to your previous point, yeah, maybe there is, added pressure to perform.
Oh, that's a big win. Kakai just needs to put a little touch on it. Backboard to find that first goal. I think this first goal is going to be very, very important for settling the nerves of both these teams.
Yeah, it definitely will. Well, it will be the first game changer, quite obviously, as Finn just muscling Misty out of the way. Pinch goes corner to corner.
Whoa, what?
Oh, that's not how you want the first goal scored against you if you're on the Chiefs.
Finn just made himself lost. Everybody gunned it forward from the Chiefs. A ridiculous first goal to give up after Chiefs, admittedly, despite my memeing, were the ones in control of the game for the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, and now that open net miss, feels a little bit even more egregious. It's early days nonetheless, however. Yeah, it's shaky. Very, very shaky from the Chiefs.
Going to be interesting now to see whether they're able to bring that game back, whether they're able to bring that goal back, I should say. Being behind, being put the pressure on, are they going to overcommit? I wouldn't expect Kaka to do it. As you see, they're controlling sort of back half as you see the wifties come out from both teams at the moment. Halfway through, Chiefs have to stay just into their standard game plan. They can't rush it too much just yet.
No, they can't, but at that same token, I am seeing Hunter constantly down the field just trying to disrupt and create gaps for the rest of the team. The problem is it's another situation where everyone goes forward. Misty drives it back, and it's now a 2-0 lead.
Oh, my boy Misty. All he has to do is run it down to Baz, who tries to take it off him. They work together. They somehow make it work. It was not a pretty goal, but you know what? HSPs, they're not pretty. They're just so hearty and filling, just like this 3-0 victory is about to be.
That sounds like, I reckon you can make you can make a HSP look pretty sexy. You can gourmet it up if you try hard enough.
Then it's not a HSP. We're getting into the philosophy again. It's not a HSP if it looks pretty.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. But then what is it? Is it full WAs then? Does it turn into the meat box then?
They'll have some kind of weird name for it, Some French name, of course. Which I don't know any French, so I'm not going to say anything right now. I'll just continue on with the HSP 2-0 up after just taking down Kib Gang. This is a HSP that have been threatening all split long and maybe coming to the fore right now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, this would be, again, every loss against the Chiefs is going to be massive in terms of their seeding potential, not to mention if they were to lose a series outright, what that will do for Saturday as HSP. I mean, going up to that 2-0 sort of bracket could be pretty great for them as well. Granted, they got through on a Game 5, so it's likely they could be running up against Power in the next round if they do win this one out, and then things get really spicy for them. But for now, 40 seconds remaining, 2-0 lead for this HSP side. They are going to be the first team to take a game off the Chiefs.
Hey, if we're calling the series win already, I'm going to call just how smart Twitch chat are. You know, at the end of this first game, there's just, you know, there's people like CJ, who we know doesn't know anything about Rocket League. We saw him on the pitch for multiple years. That was clear. And Formal, who has some of the worst takes in OC. We know that they're wrong. Chat knows they're wrong. And even with this one goal, none of us are sweating.
12 seconds left. Hunter leading the charge for rationality and proper discourse. Kaka cleans it up. So Chiefs still back within striking distance, although I do have to agree, very, very unlikely that they could get this kickoff through from what we've seen thus far with how nervy they've been. Kickoff would have to go their way, and Fades keeping the pressure on just kills all that time. Even Baz still looking for one more goal.
He even gets a little extra touch just to make it harder for them to get the other way, and HSP put it down. The first game going the way of HSP. We've talked about this time and time again, that you can't afford to be dropping games in the Swiss stage. You need to be looking for 3-0s, 3-1s to get your best matchups. And now Chiefs find themselves one game down. And in a vital last event to clinch the major, they'll need to step back up.
Yeah, I mean, there still is time in this series, and even with that one game loss, they'd still be in the number 2 seed if they win the rest of their matches, if not the number 1 seed, assuming what happens in that Power series. So their destiny's still within their own control. However, a lot of shaky plays from the Chiefs, a lot of overcommits, just leaving, I mean, the entirety of the field open. You had your open net miss, and I feel like, Yumi, at this stage, we've seen it enough times where a team is in position to control their own destiny, and then in the final regional, things just fall apart on them.
Yeah. Also, again, we'll go back to CJ as an example. He managed to lose to Kaka and Finn in the quarterfinals of one of them and almost didn't make it, but managed to have held on to his lead just long enough, and that could happen again. But again, when it goes to needing to win every single game, sure, you get into the top 2, you're in the top 2, you're avoiding whoever else is in the top 2. But the most important part is next round, you got to avoid Power if you want to be in the top 2 and not having Power on the same side of the bracket when it comes to Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, and that's why, realistically, where we're sitting right now, if things continue as they are, if the Chiefs drop another game, that will open the door for both Gingy and Composure to possibly pass them. That could lead to a matchup. Open net for Misty. First goal again goes to HSP, and Yummy, forget 3-1ing. I just am worried of the Chiefs winning a game.
Replace the M, replace the S. Call him 50, because he's the 50 king right now. Misty has had a step up. He's had a glow up this split. And that was exactly what you need to do to take down some of the top teams in the region. You just got to be getting good challenges.
And Misty has been the standout performer, I feel like, so far. This one, always kind of playing up the field, has been the one finding a lot of those first touches. Baz frequently up there as well. The two of them very destructive. We'll see if HSP can add to their lead. Misty looking across the back. We're not going to find too much Hunter. We'll be able to create some space, but the Chiefs, they get down to the opposite end of the field. Finn has boost, but won't get a chance. It's another great touch from Misty.
It was a great touch from Misty, and Fades was up there ready for it. It's beaten to the ball, so Chiefs finally just getting a bit more ready for it. Hunter, little sneaky play in his own front half, but Finn's got completely beaten for free. He didn't even do anything, and Kaka, he makes up for it just.
This is a rough day to be having an off when Misty's shot nearly through again. Hunter diving save. Chiefs still looking for any signs of life in this opening game. Granted, still early days. I said game number 2. Looking for their opening goal. Baz down off Hunter. Misty has a peek, wins the 50 again, but can't squeak it in.
Formal, I'm meant to be the negative one. It's not that Chiefs are having an off day, it's that HSP are too bloody good.
I think that's a little column A, a little column B. This was Hunter.
Whoa. I will not have any of this slander against either of these teams. Chiefs are immaculate, HSP just better. They're just better.
If you want to call that defensive backward play from Hunter, they're immaculate. That's your own, that's your own call, your own play. But
he's trying his best.
that I'll agree with. All right, everyone is out there. A+ an effort for everybody on and off the field right now. But yeah, I don't know. This is not looking like the same Chiefs that we've seen make back-to-back finals thus far.
It's looking a little dicey, but again, I do think that HSP were the team that came out stronger than expected in their first event, the first event of this split where they just formed, and have seemingly gotten better as time goes on. So maybe not too surprising to see them doing well. That being said, I would be very, very surprised to see them comfortably and confidently beat the Chiefs. So I'm expecting a fight back, maybe a reverse sweep like we saw Chiefs do last event, if I recall. Game 5, best of 5 reverse sweep. But for now, finding ourselves without a single goal on the board this game 2. And Finn has been the one looking very strange in the midfield, just kind of flying past the ball on the regular.
Yeah, as well. So speaking of which, Hunter again kind of loses control. Beautiful play by Fades. Nearly gets there. Wanted to pre-jump it clear from Hunter, who saw it coming, so they hit the brakes. That was almost an amazing play out of Fades.
Finn's got to do a lot here just to make up for some of his past errors, and he's done well with the pinch, but doesn't quite find the location that would be advantageous for Kaka. Baz taking a risky challenge as third man, but manages to get contact.
Something that I'm really liking right now, HSP is just causing the Chiefs to burn a lot of resources even to get the ball back to the orange side of the pitch. It's very rare we've seen them, with boost on the attacking half just because of how frequently HSP has been challenging, how well HSP has been slowing down the pace of the game as well. It's looking very good for the team in orange. 1.5 minutes remaining. They're up by 2 once again at the later stages of this game. And Misty has a chance for a third, but can't get it through.
It just really feels like at the moment Chiefs are panicked in the midfield. Not something you normally say, but they're diving at a lot of plays. They're hoping that they'll win the race. And Hunter's just been so unfortunate there. He saved the goal for his own team, and it's just because he landed in the corner.
And I do agree with you, though, for any team to feel uncomfortable in the middle of the pitch, it should be the Chiefs. Where is the defense for HSP? Kaka, though, takes too long to set it up, so I guess HSP will be able to recover. But yeah, especially for a player like Kaka, who, in my eyes, is one of the best and most competent midfield players in our region. Yeah, it's very unusual to see them kind of missing out.
It's been, I'd say, Finn, the biggest proponent of that kind of midfield panic. But it has been Hunter and Kaka at times too, just hoping that a dive, that any kind of challenge would end up being the win. And it's playing numbers more than anything else. And there we go. We finally see what Finn's made of. Takes the ball high, finds an early flip reset, and uses it to get a second.
And if you want to get your confidence back in one swift motion, a double reset should be on, your doctor's prescription there. Hopefully that can ignite some life back into Finn, back into the Chiefs if they can get back into the series. Hunter with a chance to equalize, puts it wide.
There was a bump attempt in the net too that I think if that was on target, it would have been able to come off. And there's a really rough touch. That should be a goal. Mistakes in front of net from HSP, and Chiefs kept the pressure on.
And now the Chiefs finally look like they're coming alive. That said, Baz, maybe a little bit of the assist right there, helping clear out the defense. Chiefs able to stay on the play. 7 seconds remaining. Still salvageable from HSP. They can still take this one to that overtime or maybe end it in regulation, but not if Baz bumps Fades off the play.
It's the second time that Baz has bumped his own team. He's managed to keep enough boost to recover it and should get it to the ground. Does mean we have overtime, and a crucial one at that.
Let's see what happens. Again, I do agree. It feels like the Chiefs do need to put this overtime away. Momentum seems to be swinging back in their favor. But HSP, it could be a bit of a devastating blow. Shots on through the corner, perhaps, but with no one in the middle of the field, Chiefs should be able to create the space to clear it.
Fades is lurking. Will get beaten out, but Fades is not worried about all the pressure of the overtime. He stayed in their half for a good 20 seconds, and he was able to get the goal in the end.
He wasn't just staying in their half, he was staying in their net, waiting for that last redirect. HSP up 2-0 now in this series. The Chiefs, obviously not the start they were looking for. A lot of strange unforced errors, and outside of the final 30 seconds of regulation in that game, Yummy, it has been HSP dominated.
HSP has been good throughout. They've looked solid, maybe a little bit more rough around the edges when they're held on the defense, and that's where Chiefs are going to have to maybe calm down a little bit in the midfield, look for a more controlling midfield game, keep HSP pinned in that back half, because as I said, that's when HSP are their weakest. But for the most part, HSP have been the guys holding the possession of the ball and holding the ball in the Chiefs' half.
Yeah, and again, one of the things that has been working out really well for them is it feels like every time they've slowed the pace down, particularly in the midfield or on the attacking half, it's always resulted in them winning the incurring challenge or winning that next 50. They have been doing a good job, particularly when they slow it down. So I'll be curious to see if that continues. I'll be curious to see how the Chiefs might look to accelerate the game a little bit and get HSP back off balance again. But if things continue as they are, a 3-0 sweep for HSP would send so many ripples throughout sort of the structure and the layout of how this Swiss is developing.
Now, I may not 100% expect that, as we saw Finn got the goal of the event so far with the double flip reset. He's a confidence player. I may be expecting a lot more out from him in this game. And I think it was Pioneers that they even reverse swept last week. So it's certainly never a team that you can go, they've lost after 2 games.
No, definitely not. And I mean, we just saw how explosive even the end of that last game, how big it was, but shots like that going awry, and Kaka goes corner instead of net, not willing to give it another try. I just worry there's been too many near misses like that throughout the series for the Chiefs, Yummy.
There's been a few. That was a bit more of a dicey chance just because the ball came at Kaka maybe a little faster than he expected. But he's got to be scoring after creating such a good opportunity. And one thing they have done is they held the HSP roster in the defense for the good first 30 seconds at least.
Yeah, it was a dangerous attack, but now it's going back the other way. Fades down, fakes it. Misty should have a free shot. There was no boost on the Chiefs defenders. I don't think they were tracking it, though, because the shot was not where it needed to be.
You're right. He needed to go direct there. He thought maybe a double tap would be the way to go, but in the end that was incorrect because that's where Kaka, without any boost, put himself up on the backboard to cover. Even then, still hasn't found that first goal yet. This could be it as both players commit forward, one for the boost, one for the ball, and that opens up the net.
Yeah, add Finn in that corner as well, just kind of a couple little cheeky bumps getting in the way right before the shot is there, but Kaka not messing around, direct shot straight through the center. First time this series we've seen the Chiefs with the lead.
I think even Fades would have seen his mistake. A little bit of boost over the play right there. It's been very costly. The first early lead here for the Chiefs, almost made into 2 by the young gun Hunter. Finn's done well with the bump there to stop the attack from happening.
Still a lot of time left in this one. However, the Chiefs coming more and more alive. We're seeing them actually on the attacking half with more frequency, and when they do get near the net, they are absolutely swarming that ball, just looking to keep the pressure on. Finn has a real chance here. Goes for the pass to Kaka instead, who posts it and then pushes it wide.
That's somewhat unfortunate. The first one was a 50, essentially a pinch off the defender, and half the time you get lucky and end up following that into the net. Half the time you end up clearing it like you just did there. The odds not in his favor, but maybe the follow-up play will be. Yes, he's got the third touch. Kaka finds the 2-goal lead.
Such patient play right here again from the Chiefs. Kaka just keeping it nice and tight. Fades, I think, was hoping there was a bit more time and Kaka wouldn't be able to recover from that position. Yet Kaka, again, kind of stepping up when the Chiefs need him most. Now a 2-0 lead again. First 2-goal lead, just like this started as the first lead for the Chiefs in this series. And normally when they get a lead, they're pretty good at maintaining it.
They have got 4 of the last 5 goals as well, and almost made that 6. But it did feel like a matter of time before Chiefs would get maybe a more comfortable game, just because of all the close missed opportunities that they had in the first 2 games. You were kind of expecting that they should be able to at least turn around one.
Yeah, and again, the idea of a clean sweep going in HSP's favor would seem a bit ridiculous. The big issue for the Chiefs, though, is they still have to play pretty immaculately for another couple games after they finish this one off. HSP on the hunt right now and maybe can start to bring it back. Fades, if they stay on the play, should have a goal. And we're back within 1.
They're still just tested by a few mistakes at the moment, Chiefs. Just a miss that happened earlier, I think, by Finn. Once again, ended up leading to all that pressure coming out. Baz with a good 50 once again. Now, Chiefs find themselves in a dangerous position as Baz has all the time in the world, gets the bump. Finn just manages to back him up.
That was a very fortunate respawn from Finn, actually, on the side where the strike was coming from. It was a good setup, though, from HSP. I like the kickoff there. They're still on the attacking half as well. We've seen the Chiefs struggle to flip the map, but this time Misty just swings and misses. So fortunate break for the Chiefs if they can stay on the attack themselves. Baz with boot, can't make it around Kaka. Bicycle kicks it up. Finn is there, but won't be able to take it straight over the top.
Oh, now the whiffs have come out. The case of the whiffles, as you'd say, from HSP roster. I think all 3 of them just missed a completely open ball there. Now they're going to have to figure themselves out. Oh, they only have 1 minute remaining.
I mean, they are on the attacking half, HSP. This is where they want to be. Fades with a mostly free touch. Still keeps it in the corner. Bad's going to look to try to center things. Missy's the one sitting outside the box, hoping for a shot. From that angle, it's not really on, but Fades has a real chance here.
Ooh.
Can't beat out Hunter.
Misty didn't have boost. He still went around the net to try and get a bump and open it up, and he almost was successful. Starting to get dangerous now for the Chiefs. They sense a counter-attack coming out. Misty, no boost, looks for the pass down to Baz, who's going to take it over to the wall.
It has a little bit too eager on that one. Had a bad launch angle, and now Finn aiming to punish. Second touch is on. Misty is there. All 3 defenders sitting in the box. Half a minute to go. 1 or 2 more chances left for HSP to equalize. Take this to a second overtime. Misty wanted the fake, but Hunter takes it away.
It's too low to the ground, too easy for Hunter to just challenge the ball rather than look for the fake. Now 10 seconds remaining. Chiefs just need to hold on. Finn's actually going to go forward towards another goal. Oh! It's not in, but it should be enough as Hunter puts it down. And Chiefs get on the board.
The Chiefs, I mean, this was the best looking game from them, obviously. 2 goals early and able to hold on to that lead, but it still doesn't look like the same Chiefs we saw 2 weeks ago, Yummy. There's still a lot of mistakes, still a lot of overcommits. Both teams looking particularly sloppy that 3rd game. Maybe it's the pressure getting to everybody. However, this still feels so winnable for HSP.
I mean, of course, it is very winnable for HSP, but Chiefs did what we asked for them. They started pinning HSP more in their half, focusing more on possession of the pitch, and we see it. HSP are a team that make mistakes on defense. They panic in the defense, they bump each other, they gun for boost when they shouldn't. There are openings that are created if you're not trying to force goals and instead trying to force your opponents into low boost situations, into awkward positions, then Chiefs are just going to find goals for free.
I think one player, though, who I've been particularly impressed with on the HSP side, who I haven't really seen this level of aggression, I guess, coming from them, or at least this level of sometimes ball control, is Fades. I feel like Fades has kind of been a small unsung hero in terms of just a lot of sort of fakes, a lot of sort of playmaking abilities. He's been the one who's frequently slowing it down. So as we go into this 4th game, my eyes are kind of going back to Fades to see if this kind of strong form can continue. Ooh, almost let that kick off, though, get away from him there.
Well, end up going off the post, and now it's a counter-attack. Misty, no, he needed to fake that for his teammate. And a pause is being called. Interestingly enough, by HSP, they called it and then almost scored a goal after calling it. So very, very interesting there. But 10 seconds in, we'll see how that ends up going. So we get the pause. And man,
Yeah.
I'm just still thinking about how that could have been a goal.
I mean, it maybe should have been right there. I think if there'd been a bit more speed on Phase's behalf and he was able to get in front of that ball, find the bump, that one probably goes through. Granted, these cars do only have like a max speed limit. You can't, boost it further either way. Hopefully this timeout won't take too long and we can get back into it. I would hate for a timeout like this to kind of kill any of that momentum that HSP might have garnered for themselves.
Yeah, it was a kickoff play. Like, it's not really going to be the momentum there, and I don't think they're going to be too worried about it. Well, we'll get some little updates from around the ground, as CJ likes to say. Soldiers Henchmen lost to Power 1-3-1, so they're going to be up in the final round alongside Gaming Gamers, who took down Gingy. So they're in the final round. And currently, Pioneers are 2-1 up against Composure. So looking like they might be in the final round as well.
Yeah, I think the important thing, though, is like looking at some of these records right there. I think currently, as it stands, Gaming Gamers would be the number 2 seed, with actually Pioneers dropping down to either 3 or 4, just because they haven't really had those clean wins. That 3. This one 3-2, they would stay above the Pioneers, which means we could be seeing a Pioneers Power round 3 matchup.
Well, that would be pretty brutal for Pioneers. I would have loved to, the one I'd really like to see is Chiefs versus Pioneers, for reasons. They're the two teams that you're kind of expecting to be in the race for the major. Maybe you get Kib Gang versus Chiefs, but they've already fallen down to the lower bracket. So that's not going to happen in round 3. And I'm also interested to see what's going on in Ops versus GZ. GZ are currently 2-1 up. So whether Ops can kind of get themselves nicely back into it after a hard first round and then a hard second round that'll be interesting to see.
I think you're also avoiding, the Gremlins getting their 3-0 win, all right? The Gremlins are back, baby. They got a win over Reaper's Scythe 3-0, clean sweep. They're back. We're on.
To be fair,
Gremlins
Reaper's Scythe did go game 5 against Pioneers in the first round. So, it is actually a pretty solid win to get the 3-0 on.
Yeah, I'll be curious if they can keep that going. And, also, Taco Trucks Physics up in that one, 2-1 as well. So maybe a bit of an expected result there. Either way, taking a look back on the pitch, it looks like we're ready to go. Running back the start here of game number 4. Again, it's HSP looking to pull off the upset. If they can get this one, it'd be a 3-1 series victory for the Snack Pack. Kickoff this time from the Chiefs. Again, looks dangerous. Misty alone in net. Can't make the save off the free jump. And it is the Chiefs with the lead.
And that's a little sign of the panic I was talking about. Well, maybe the best sign that you see. Just Misty pre-jumping, hoping for the best. And of course, it just ends up sliding right past him. If he's pre-jumping, what's he covering if he's not covering right next to him?
Yeah, a bit awkward and unfortunate. Just expecting that powerful shot maybe to get a bit of height. Doesn't work out in their favor. So second game in a row, HSP are going to start off the back foot. Fades, though, wanted to answer. Doesn't get the dunk on Kaka. Again, though, HSP, they look to shorten that field. They want to stay up as close as possible. Elevation and a pass up to Hunter will clear the ball back.
We, up to HSP, hold this defensive line to get the ball out a lot earlier, and a dunk from Finn to make that a little easier in the end because Hunter and Kaka have to get back. Baz trying to keep it in, and a big demo on Misty is what really prevented there being a scoring opportunity from the pass.
Yeah, it was a good moment. Oh, no. It's just a clean 50 from Kaka. That's going to do it. 2-0 lead for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's what Kaka will do to you. He didn't even need boosts. And maybe that's why there was no jump whatsoever from HSP. You can understand why Misty is still gunning it forward, because every single day of the week you're expecting your teammate to at least get some form of contact with the ball.
Yeah, and now it is looking as well. Like the Chiefs are kind of a lot more settled than they've been this entire series, and I'm getting more and more worried for HSP at this stage. Chiefs, they have had ice in the past. A reverse sweep again in round 2 would do them wonders. Still only game 4 though. Keep getting ahead of ourselves. Still only game 4, but yeah, this HSP team.
It's most notable that they've been able to be almost gifted 2-0 leads in the last 2 games. And that can just be the best thing ever for any team. To get yourself into that 2-goal lead, know that you don't have that adrenaline riding as high because you're comfortable. And it can just do you so much wonders throughout the entire series.
Yeah, you have the gap. You got the cushion. You're able to be a bit more relaxed and not.
And you want to keep a team that's looking a little nervous under pressure the entire time. They've let off the gas a little bit here, HSP, just purely from their defensive mishaps and their defensive panic throughout the entire series.
We'll see if they can bring something back on the opposite end. I mean, it'll only take one good touch, I think, to reignite HSP and kind of douse that in a bit more of the chili sauce. Get that spice going. Baz and Fades, though, get in each other's way, and that allows the ball to slip behind them. Doesn't look like the Chiefs are too eager, though, to be up and punishing. They're content to keep a couple defenders back.
Well, Fades just jumps with 0 boost to try and put the pressure, put the nerves back on that blue defense, but wasn't able to do much as Fades misses the boost, prevents a free clear from going down, and he's had to use all of his boost just to win the 50 and get it to the other end.
Yeah, and end result is a less sustained attack now. HSP could be finding something here. Shot from Fades. It's a slow lobber. It was a tough angle, and it's not going to hit its mark. I feel like HSP needed that one. Why is Hunter there? Doesn't matter too much, though. Chiefs don't make much of it initially. In fact, HSP should get it back, but the ball is going so fast, they struggle to control it.
Yeah, they're double committing in defense when there's not even an attacker there. Very surprising, or maybe not surprising given how the series is going, but you wouldn't expect it from a team that's been playing this well. Maybe they've just sensed too much of the impending victory. They've focused on playing a more conservative game, unlike what they did in the first 2, where they were really attacking and put Chiefs on the back foot.
And I'd like to see them start attacking now. Go back to that game 1 mentality when they were well and truly ahead. That's not going to be the case here. Decisive strike for Hunter makes it a 3-goal lead.
Exactly the kind of pass you want. Kaka takes it up, flip reset, pass into center. Hunter has been pushing forward into position the entire series long, and it's come out fruitful this time.
I mean, that's also where he's looked the most comfortable, not just in this series, but I kind of this entire split as a whole. Hunter has been playing a lot more aggressive than I feel like he has on previous rosters or previous teams, always wanting to be furthest up the field, looking for bumps, looking for demos, if not the passes and the strikes themselves. Baz escorts it in. We're back within 2.
Gives themselves a chance. It's hanging at the other end, and it's just Baz, flip reset, immediate follow-up. Just able to hit that in, slam it in, and get a goal, but he's managed to keep his cool. 1:10 remaining. Will HSB be able to take it to an overtime?
I mean, it all depends, I think, on how quickly they can get a goal here. If the play is allowed to be extended, I don't know if they've got that kickoff. Ice open net off the demo, but Finn, not recognizing it, puts it straight into the backboard.
Don't think Finn could afford to push up. Not with a 2-goal lead. You'd prefer to hold on anyway. You don't want to risk getting beaten to the ball like he was throughout the first 2 games, and maybe the true sign of the difference maker for Chiefs on this comeback has just been that Finn has been so much more present throughout the midfield, throughout the rest of the pitch.
I love that pass to Fades right there. Defense, though, just enough time to recover, and will come through with the save. Missy now in an awkward spot again, gets demoed. Finn won't find the final touch. In the end, though, Chiefs, they don't need the goal. They just need to kill time off the clock. A goal would be nice, but what's nicer is going back to Champs Field. A chance here, though. Fades Hunter away, and with that save, I think the Chiefs have done it.
That had to be the goal, and it has to be the drawing board for HSP if they want to, I guess, not have their series reverse swept, because they've been put into such a difficult position by the Chiefs. They've been kept on the back foot the last 2 games, and they have not looked good throughout.
No, they have not. So, This is going to be an interesting Game 5. All that momentum from the HSP seems to be drying up, and I don't know about you, Yummy, but when it comes to my HSPs, they're best fresh. And the longer you leave them out, the later into the night it gets, the kind of more mangy
you don't
it becomes.
want your chips to go stale. And HSP have been a little bit stale at the moment. May need a little bit of a run in the microwave with a cover, so it kind of steams up. Nothing wrong with soft chips, but as I've been harping on the entire series, HSP, they know that they're not good on the defense. They know that that's where they're panicking. They need to be controlling the midfield as much as possible. Maybe just searching for demos to make the midfield a bit more awkward for the Chiefs. Maybe play a few early challenges as first man to try and just keep control of the ball. But for now, found themselves over and over again losing on the kickoff right at the very start. And that's going to be the first test for them.
We will see. A hot start for HSP, I think, has become more of a requirement than necessarily a want as we get geared up to go into Champions Field for the first time today. Chiefs may have salvaged this series, salvaged their best opportunity to get themselves into the London Major and possibly a trip to Dallas as well. This is a big game for them. Could be a big game for HSP as well if they can pull off that upset.
We head into Game 5. There's got to be pressure off that kickoff. Misty gets a bump as well. Maybe keeping the pressure on as Fades gets the extra touch. A testing defense. Finn goes diving. Not too much boost left on Chiefs, but that just doesn't matter for Kaka. How many times have we seen him win a 50 on 0 boost?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to have been his specialty this series alone. It's why I kind of always highlight him as one of the more dangerous midfield players. Baz with a chance for the double. Won't find the second touch.
He also faked it out, but there was no follow-up there from HSP, but this is a much better start from him. A big demo in the backfield as Baz took out Hunter, but Hunter equally taking out Baz at the same play in an awkward position on that boost. It's almost enough to open up the net. Speaking of, Kaka has won the race. He just needs to get it on target. There will be the backup here as Fades and Baz combine for the defense.
Again, Fades coming through the clutch with a couple defensive touches right there. However, Chiefs definitely going to feel like they probably should have put that one in somehow. Either way, still very early days. Misty leading the charge versus Finn. Fades won't get the bump.
Finn did get bumped, but he still managed to stay up for the save. Incredible stuff from Finn. And I'm liking this as well from HSP at the other end, who are playing much more to just away rather than trying to get an insane play. Will it be the goal? No, not today.
Oh, Misty kind of hesitated right there. I thought they had the jump on the defense, but opted to play conservative middle of the field, try to maintain that possession. It doesn't work out, at least not initially. Chiefs back on the orange half. Both teams, though, they're very quick to rotate back right now, Yummy. They don't want to give up that counterplay.
Good demo once again. Is Misty trying to keep the pressure on. Executes a 50 as Kaka now looking for the double off the corner. Manages to get a touch for Finn. It goes into center. Look at all the members of HSP. A little bit too caught at front post. So that touch very important.
On these attacks, Kaka's been playing so far forward and the ball seems to keep just going over them.
Bad
That's how they're
touch.
able to fall back and recover. Another dangerous touch from Kaka as well. Not there, Hunter. Trying to find their way through the corner. Got a little tap on Misty, not enough to throw the defense off. And Patience play through the corner rewards HSP. They give themselves some breathing room.
And patience from Fades to actually go far into the back post, letting his two teammates hang further forward. Instead of what HSP have unfortunately done to themselves in the past, that is send everybody forward in defense. They're managing to hold this to a 0-all game for now, as Chiefs still been getting the advantage on the shots, the advantage on the pressure, but they can turn in an instant.
It can, and it very well might. Kaka just throwing it down the field, but here comes Baz. Gets a nice touch pass. Finn looking for this follow-up, but it wasn't there. Fade still sitting with a full take of boost, and I feel like HSP, they are doing a fantastic job in controlling this game. they've had a couple looks where I think maybe they could have pressed a bit further forward, something to break this gridlock. Under 2 minutes remaining, and we're still 0-all.
But I really like that touch from Misty. He just keeping it away from the members of Chiefs. And Baz! Oh, he's pinched it too far. It was a golden opportunity, but, you know, you can't win them all.
Can't win them all, but they're still looking. They're still going to keep trying, and maybe they will find that one. Baz, no more boost. Still does a good job on the 50 to keep it away from Kaka. Fades will have to press up the challenge. Keeps it away. Very high. Water falling down. Fades doesn't get the double. But Misty is there. Tries to hot drop it in. Diving back. Finn saves this game.
Misty could have gone for the double, but he didn't have the boost required just because of how much this pressure is being held on. It's low boost for both teams. It's the big clear is going to be good for Kaka, who has the pass back into center. Shut down by Fades.
Fades going for boost there was so risky, but it does pay off. Goes full and was able to then outpace the attack. Now again, HSP, they've been playing the past minute, it feels like, in front of the Chiefs net, looking for that golden opportunity. Patient clear from Hunter, avoids the bump. However, Chiefs might get themselves settled in the final half minute here.
Well, good clear to get it past Finn. Hunter has boost, just has to keep it away from the diving members. Once again, more control of the midfield coming out from HSP as they focus on the boost right now. Looks like a chance for the Chiefs in this attack. Awkward as both players had no boost, both backed off, and it ended up being Finn getting the first of the ball.
Kaka slows it down, and Misty wound up missing, so the last opportunity in regulation is going to come from the blue side. Hunter throws it into Baz, who slows it right on down, gets Finn to burn some boost in the missing attempt. Fades deep clear. Hunter is there. 0 seconds on the clock. Kaka wants to go the distance. Misty, very nice looking 50. Finn, he does let it drop. I was worried he was going to keep that alive there, but makes the smart play. We go to overtime.
It seemed like a little mistake there from Kaka to try and go for that full pitch play, but it also caught HSP off guard. That's why they didn't have the follow-up. A Game 5 overtime. Winner goes into this third round and may be able to secure themselves a top 2 seed. Loser going to find themselves in a very difficult Swiss bracket.
Yeah, this Swiss is getting pretty chaotic, and imagine if HSP can put this one away here. So many favorites will be in that 1-in-1 round. Finn down. No one there initially. Baz gets the first touch. Fades. Goes for a bicycle kick. Kaka will muscle them out of the way, and Chiefs finally able to maintain control once again.
Misty didn't have the boost once again. It has been about boost management for this team, as well as control of the midfield. Flip reset. Baz doesn't find connection, but it did build some space for Fades.
And now it's actually the space on HSP. They slowing it right down on the attack, which is something I like to see from this orange squad. Unfortunately,
it's open!
Wait, Baz has the gap! That's going in! HSP advanced to round 3, 2-0!
They hold their nerve after losing the last 2 games, controlled by the Chiefs, but they are not frazzled. HSP... Oh man, they're a bunch of snacks, aren't they? They've made it through into that third round. They've taken down Kib Gang. They've taken down the Chiefs. Dare I say, send them to the major. I've seen enough.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's pretty good right now. They might have a matchup against Power if they win that.
You cannot talk, you Chiefs predictor, you HSP doubter. I don't want to hear any of that. All I want to hear is an official apology from CJ, who consistently predicts Chiefs to win. He did it in the grand final last week. They get slogged. He does it now. Demolished. Absolutely decimated. See, by the true gods of OCE. Where's the apology? I want it.
I'm sorry.
Say apology to Misty, apology to Baz, and an
sorry
apology
to
to
Misty.
Fades.
I'm sorry to Baz. I'm sorry to Fades. Look, HSP. How often does this happen, right? You get all the momentum, a reverse sweep, it's on the cards, and then you go to Game 5 formal, and it's just that mental hurdle. It is. I always say it. As soon as you get a Champions Field, forget about the rest of the series. Like it's a completely different ball game. It's all about who can make the most of their opportunities. Chiefs didn't do it.
No, they did. But the thing that was crazy to me was HSP finally started playing again like they did in the first couple of games, where they get on the attacking half, they slow the pace down, they're trying to find that one good 50 where they could be the faster player, and then Baz was that guy. He found the gap, found the shot, puts it through. Chiefs doing themselves no favors with that loss right now, and this is our most chaotic Swiss yet.
Really odd too. Both teams a little bit, looking a little awkward when they're in the defensive half.
Yeah, it was look. It was an interesting one. Usually, the Chiefs as well have been a team that has been a bit more structured, but even those guys, maybe that's the pressure, Yummy. Maybe that is the pressure of the knowing what's on the line, major and world contention, the final event. But ladies and gents, we're going to go to a break. After this, we'll recap round number 2 and kick off round number 3 of the Swiss.
Hello everyone, welcome back to RLCS OCE Open Qualifier 6. Now, just as a reminder, this is a little bit bittersweet because it is our last Swiss stage of our last event. Also a little bit bittersweet in the sense that you are stuck with me hosting, but I will try and make this go as smoothly as possible. If you weren't tuning in before, we just wrapped up round 2 and we had the Chiefs take on HSP. Formal, you were casting that. I have no words. You got to tell me what happened.
What happened was a Chiefs team came in looking nervy. We thought they settled games 3 and 4, but as CJ said, kind of signing off right now. Game 5, you throw all those past results out the window, new series, and they looked like they did at the start of it, which wasn't that great.
I mean, just absolute chaos, wasn't it? But, you know, 1-goal games, that's what happens. The pressure builds, Morgie. Game 5, they know what's on the line. You know, even though it's Swiss stage, they're probably both teams are going to make it through to the playoffs. You can see that hidden extra pressure, given that it is the final event.
Of course, and a little bit of pressure on the attempt at a reverse sweep. We don't see too many of those too often. And the timeout throwing a little bit of a wedge into that game as well. But yeah, good to see HSP doing well with that. I think they're a really strong roster, and yeah, to take down the Chiefs, that's huge. And obviously for seeding as well, CJ, that was all too important going into the next round.
Yeah, 100%. Gives them a great chance there. They are the 4th seed, I guess, so they're the worst out of the 2-0 teams, which will mean they do play power in this round 3 matchup. So it's probably not the best result, given they were able to get the job done, going straight into power in round 3, but every win super important. And if they do fall there, they'll be able to bounce back. But Formal, a few important matches coming up here in round 3. You're going to get a couple of teams through to that 3-0 and undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because the 1-1 matchups, I mean, yeah, you might expect them to be closer, but there are a lot more intriguing happening. A lot of, previous top 8 teams going at it. Chiefs versus Physics standing out the match. We're going to be covering Composure versus Ground Zero. Should be a good one as well. And I mean, yeah, Power versus HSP could be exciting, but again, because this is such a chaotic Swiss stage right now, Gremlins, Ground Zero, Chiefs, Physics, Kib Gang, all in that 1-1 bracket, it feels so up in the air.
Sure, and I know we were having a look at a few of the games that we could have gone to here, Pioneers versus Gaming Gamers being one of those other matchups that could have been interesting, but yeah, as we've said, we are going to be taking a look at Composure versus Ground Zero, one of those 1-1 matchups at the moment. Very, very hard to pass on the opportunity to watch this one. Yeah, I guess, guys, tell me, how have these teams been performing so far?
Well, Ground Zero, Yummy's given a special message. Let's talk down about them as much as possible, he actually said. So, if you're Jai, if you're listening, Jar, send your complaint his way. Look, Ground Zero, they had a bit of a rough start, losing to Soldiers Henchmen in Game 5, round number 1. They were able to bounce back in round 2, but they will have a little bit of a tough one here because Composure, I like the look of them outside of that miraculous, I'll call it, own goal Formal to not make the main event in round 4 of the Swiss last time round. I think they're a good roster.
Yeah, I mean, they are a strong roster, and it would be ill of me to kind of go too harsh on them, but I thought you guys were too harsh at Ground Zero coming into it, saying they were the biggest disappointment team, saying they're the team that kind of dropped the ball the most, when Negative literally, had the best own goal to completely lose all said Composure to find up in that spot. So I don't know, maybe this game, this series, can almost be a redemption angle for both of these two teams coming into it, because they each kind of feel like they've maybe underachieved now and have something to prove. But for Composure, I think this is a hot team, possibly. If they've regained said Composure, they've had some strong results already today. They could be that strong side. It's sort of tough to kind of figure out where they're going to be.
For sure. I think this series will be one of those tighter games for the night. Obviously, we've talked about Ground Zero in previous qualifiers being that, I guess, that kind of sitting on the cusp of the top 4, not able to break into it when you've got teams like Kib Gang, Pioneers, Chiefs there as well. We've seen both Ground Zero and Composure come up against Kib Gang, and I guess we've touched on it already, but Composure just unable to beat Kib Gang last qualifier due to a very unfortunate own goal from Negative, although you know, that in itself was a pretty epic feat. So yeah, it's really hard to call tonight. Chat, if you guys are tuning in now, hashtag GZG or hashtag com, let us know what you're thinking. You know, you'll get a second. In a second, you'll see our thoughts on this, but we'd love to know what you guys think. Ormal, I've got to throw to you. How do you think this is going to go?
I mean, the big difference between these two teams, right, is Ground Zero is the team that's falling short of getting top 4. Composure is the team that's falling short of getting top 8. So they're a little bit different in what they've been fighting for in the past. Based on that, I have to go for Ground Zero. It seems we're all smart here. This is why we kind of kicked Yummy off this desk. We knew it was going to be a Ground Zero game, so we wanted it to be as unbiased as possible, and thus the right conclusions have come through.
I mean, yeah, Yummy's done this thing where he's got one upset right. He's like, oh, look at me now. I'm going to be that upset guy, you know. So he's going Composure 3-0. But I think for us, come on. I think we'll get business as usual here. I'm loving what Luna's bringing to this lineup. I love the addition. He's bringing a bit of stability. Obviously, they haven't achieved massive highs so far this split, but I like it. I think they've got a chance. You know, this is where all the other teams at the top, they're fighting, you know, or Ground Zero are fighting for the, you know, some spots as well. But, you know, particularly Chiefs, they can feel the pressure. They might be able to play upset here. And if they can beat Composure, move on, they can put great stead.
I just realized something. Yummy's in the Twitch chat. Twitch chat picked Ground Zero. That means Yummy just picked Ground Zero to win.
Yummy is, not with us, not with the chat, unfortunately. We can see the chat's gone the way of Ground Zero I think they know this is going to be a tight game. Ready here, everyone, in this round 3 matchup. Over to Formal, over to CJ. Take it away, boys.
Oh, let's get into it, though. I mean, this is, I think, going to be a very close matchup. I think it should be a fun one either way you look at it, CJ. Ground Zero out of the gates, swinging fast Prompt. 2 chances, 2 misses.
Oh, gee, I'm lucky. Yeah, I'm Ground Zero lucky that Yummy's not casting, because that would have just ruined him for the entire series, I think. Prompt off the bat, missing an open net. Could have been 1-0, could have been the perfect start. GZ, we'll talk about being composed in this final event. That's not the greatest start from them, but an early opportunity. If you're going to look at a positive, they are creating them. As you said, Ground Zero, I'm really liking what Luna's bringing. And to be honest, I'm really liking Composure. I don't want to say I picked them, because I wasn't picking anyone last event, but pretty sure in that first pre-show on the Friday last event, Formal, I did say, you know, on paper, they do have what it takes to really be in that top 8 and do some damage.
I mean, I think both of these rosters should have top 8 as their realistic goal, as like your expectation of where they should be. Hawk has always been a phenomenal player, even, you know, after taking extended breaks, always seems to come back looking fiery. Pagsy has had, you know, top 4 successes. Negative has been a top 8 merchant, it feels like, for ages. So even though Composure might not be, you know, as frequently up there, the potential definitely is. Ground Zero, I mean, we seem to speak a lot about them every week, so should be familiar. Prompt, hot young gun. Lunar, on and off, sometimes as a coach, sometimes wants to be a caster, always looks best as a player, and is doing quite well for themselves. And of course, Laxon is that mechanical beast. It's a fun matchup.
Yeah, you look at any team with Hawk on it, I feel, has upset potential. He's a quality player. He's always still, you know, playing 6-mans and whatnot, keeping up to date, and always just seems to have mechanics even when he stops playing the game. And then, you know, you've got Pagsy as well, top 4s potential. Negative loves to get a top 8. So all the recipe here for some upsets. This could be the first goal, but it does go wide. Pagsy keeping the ball in. Composure trying to create a little bit of pressure. The demos are coming through as well. Laxon, though, your man. As I get it clear, I love this. Hang on. Well, never mind. Negative. Get nowhere near the ball. Great fake, though. Prompt's in trouble near post. But just some poor finishing. Just lack of polish up front.
Lack of conviction right there. Pagsy trying to get way too smart with it and actually had the beat, could have just muscled it through. A bit unfortunate when it comes to the decision making, and it's strange for a team like Composure. That's kind of what I'm looking for the most, is their composure, obviously. And a bit, maybe unfairly, right now they are the team known for that own goal, and we can be kind of to blame for that, but they had a great run until that moment 2 weeks ago, CJ. They were looking like that top 8 team. Laxin is a triple touch to find the first goal.
Yeah, forget about composure. It's all about ground zero. This is what they can do. This is what this man can do. He's got highlight reel potential when he is on, and showing the mech there. Off the ceiling, triple touch, as you said. Ground zero. That's a beautiful first goal to get.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And that is the Laxin that has so many players in our region always nervous when they come up against him. I've heard him called like a scrim merchant, and, sometimes being called like the best mechanical player in our region, and it's plays like that the reason why.
Hey, he's looking really sharp there for game one, albeit we are into the third round here of Swiss. Composure now. Ball's in there called a respond. That's a nice redirect at Luna with a free clear though, and hang on a minute. Free downfield, it's a nice first touch. This time Negative is up on that backboard. Learning from previous mistakes, knowing Laxin, he's got this potential, and look at him, just playing that first man role, so aggressive. I like that for ground zero. If they're going to be a team former that, want to look to take out this event, want to be a team to upset the top dogs, they need to have Laxin firing.
That they do, because, it just enables so much space for Lunar and Prompt to be able to follow it up, to be able to cook with it, as Hawk kind of wants to be a similar role, I feel like, for this opposite side, because that's what Hawk can do. All three defenders bite, and Pagsy puts it in.
It's really slow sort of play. You can see Hawk is floating, but this touch somehow did absolutely everyone. I have no idea how Luna didn't touch the ball coming in second man there, but great tie up. 1 minute left. Composure. They've looked pretty good early. Just looking at the stats as well, they've got 6 shots to 5, so getting a reward for effort. As the pause is being called now, we should be able to get it. Yeah, no shot on net. So looks like Luna trying to stop things here. Not sure. He's got a little bit of an issue. Laxin wasn't moving either, so I want to go early.
Hopefully, shouldn't take too long in this one. Although, yeah, again, it was plays like that, and it's like this lineup, which is why I do feel even more bad, I guess, for the team that they had that moment 2 weeks ago, because this is a team, when we talk about composure, we should be highlighting the fact that it is a team not only with experience, but you have the mechanics in Hawk, you have the intelligent play normally from players like Negative and Pagsy, who can kind of fit into roles and be super strong. So it's definitely not a team of slouches, but at that same token, ground zero, they've hit every top 8 so far. We've seen a bit of what Laxin could do when given that space. And I also feel like Prompt, again, is kind of still that new commodity, still that young player that has a lot of eyes on them. I do kind of wonder, though, will Prompt continue to be sort of this, exciting prospect if Ground Zero can't get into that top 4?
Well, they've got to get the job done here. The problem with this kind of, talk about improvement, talk about longevity, is that long off-season formula. We could finish up this event, and even if they do put in a good result, is it going to be the same lineup next time? It's only up for the team to decide. And Jara in chat, he's ready and warm as well.
Yeah. Just
in case Laxin doesn't quite come back here. Just a few internet issues or lag coming out from him, so we'll try and get those things resolved. But as you said, they're a team with potential, but it's just such a short season. Potential almost doesn't get you there anymore, because you've only got 6 events. You don't have 9. It's cut the season by a third, and you've really got to hit the ground running.
And this longer off season as well. I'm actually going to be so curious to see, because as with every off season, there are going to be, your smaller events popping up, your community events that are happening. I wonder, how much more involved those becomes for a lot of these sort of bubble teams or these top 8 teams, because that's, if you want to keep your competitive edge fresh, you're going to be looking at those, and that's where we're going to be seeing the rosters being trialed. There we're going to start to see those mix-ups. So even though this is a longer offseason, CJ, I think it's going to be a fascinating one for OCE to see who starts playing with who starts taking over some of those smaller events, and then who will come into the next season looking hot.
And what we do know is, even though there'll be all these changes after the first split, everyone blows up anyway and starts again. True. So it doesn't really matter. You can train for 6 months with the same team. You have a couple of bad events, and then you decide, you know what, I'm out of here, as we saw with everyone but Power coming to this second split. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens there. For now,
some teams don't even make it to the end of the season before they blow up.
Yeah, very quick. It can happen very, very quick. Mid-event, sometimes I've seen. But as you said, ground zero, they're they're consistent. They're right there. They're in that top 8. It's just about cracking into that, upper echelon. The credit to them is they're always going to have that win over power in that Swiss stage. First event where we're thinking, hang on a minute, is this lineup the real deal? And well, they did get swept, I think, in the same event by them in the quarterfinals. They did get 4-0'd, but it shows their potential, when they're on.
Yeah, it definitely does. And I mean, both these teams, I feel like, should be, again, considered that threat. Should not be a team that's overlooked, even though coming into this one, I did kind of call it the redemption series for both of these teams, just because of maybe the lack of extended results that they've been able to garner for themselves on stream. With a bit of time, though, I'm just going to take a quick little peek and see if there's any, interesting notes of some of our other round 3 matchups. Curious if, any upsets are happening elsewhere. And so far, it's kind of at the top. Both Power and Pioneers still undefeated in their series.
Yeah, they're looking good. I thought for a second their Gaming Gamers took the first game, but that was Pioneers. Great to see Gaming Gamers just quietly in the 2-0 stage. So I gave them a bit of a rocket in the pre-show about how they were disappointing with their 14-man roster, but maybe it is coming together. A couple of events, the way they can adapt. They've got, a coach for every different position, every player, every offensive, defensive line. And now it's coming together for them, which is good to see. Looks like Chiefs as well as performing, but it does look like formal. We're going to take a quick break. We need to resolve these tech issues for Laxton and the Ground Zero boys. We'll be back with more league action very shortly.
We are back, everybody. Thank you so much for bearing with us. A long technical delay, but straight into the action. Goal stands, 1 minute left. Tie ball game here in our first game of this series. CJ, straight out the gates, it looked like Composure almost put it through.
Yeah, straight into the action and almost straight into a goal there. As she said, 1 minute on the clock. Feels like just a best of one. So I like this. Maybe we should have a tournament with just 1 minute games. Just feels exciting. Straight into the action.
That would actually be very fun. Again, I've always been pushing for, I've always wanted to see like a Royal Rumble type event where you get like 30 teams, gauntlet ladder, first goal, you win, move on.
I like it.
That would be something.
Maybe that should be like a Twitch Rivals or a content sort of tournament. I don't mind that. Look, we got to get back into this though. We've got a game. We've got the final event. What are we doing? Let's talk about the action. 15 seconds left. Scores at level, but Ground Zero trying to get something going. Composure. Who's going to get the last attack of regulation here? Will we get overtime? Prompt's going to take it up. Has Laxton on the side. He's going to pre-flip. Miss the touch. Clear goes through. Looney just keeping that ball in. Negative does want the clear. There's Pagsy. Just throws it downfield, but Prompt with 100 should be able to control this. He's going to back up. Going on the side. The whiff comes through. Negative keeping that in the air for now. All still alive. Surely this one's going to hit the ground. There we go. Overtime, game one.
Here we go. So an OT in our first game. Again, both these teams, I mean, it feels almost like a whole new series after a delay that long. But golden goal to determine who goes out in front early. Laxton deep clear. May have had a chance. Negative was back, however. And I mean, Ground Zero have had a couple threatening looks already. This one, though, it's back the other way. Hawk off the roof's going to go for a cheeky play. That's the challenge in his favor. Pagsy's follow-up, straight into Laxton. Negative, won't find the shot.
I like this aggression, though, coming through from Composure. Early on, it started with Hawk with a pre-jump, but that's a huge whiff coming through. Negative doesn't get a touch. Counter-attack, Hawk, huge again, but shots on, shots in. Pagsy did everything he could. But Laxton too strong with the shot. Ground Zero, game one.
Yeah, Laxton just a strike with authority there, despite two defenders diving for it. Pagsy just unable to get enough behind that ball. Ground Zero, after the extended break, take game one. Only the first game, though. Still a lot more to be played here. Unlike in some of our other series, just had word power. They're already through in the top 8.
Yeah, what a quick day for them. They're quick and out of there. Dinner time, HSPs all round. What on Team Power on their boot camp. They've qualified, as we said, in that previous, or the first round for the Major and Worlds. Now they are through. Top seed, only dropped one game as well. 2 Soldiers, henchmen, believe it or not. But a few other games finishing as well. Chiefs bouncing back. They've got a sweep already. Looks like Pioneers could be well on their way as well. Nearly finished that one. There's plenty other games. You want to follow the links. Liquipedia is your go-to source. Has all the team streams for the other matches here in the Swiss stage. But over on the main channel, off the break, the little tech pause, Laxton fixing his issues. He's got 2 goals for himself. So not too fussed about his technical chaos.
And we will see where we go from there. I'm actually kind of interested in that that Pioneers matchup as well right now, because again, they get that number 2 seed. The Chiefs with the sweep over Physics does still kind of have them as pace to be like either that, I would imagine, that 3 seed, but if the Chiefs wind up dropping to 4, run into Power hypothetically in a semifinal matchup, that could be a ticket for a team like the Pioneers or even Kid Gang, who we haven't talked about much yet, to maybe sneak their way through to London.
Yeah, they've really got to be on their game in that round number 4. They want to be getting a sweep, getting as much game diff as possible. Fortunately enough for them, their one loss was in game 5, so they should be, nearly guaranteed that number 3 seed, which is, as we said, name of the game, avoid Team Power. Everyone from around the world pretty much talks about when they say OCE. And that 2nd seed formal, they say, well, who was the one that avoided Power every event in that semi-final?
You know what? I have some bones to pick, too, with what some people always say when talking about overseas teams. Hold the thought, negative! Not able to get it in.
Holy, what's your bone to pick? Go on, then.
Okay, well, every single time I see, other experts and pundits drop Power rankings of, like, top 20 teams or what have you, Power's never on there. Or if they are, they're, like, number 20, if that. They've been constantly winning multiple series at major events. They're constantly one game away from top 8. why are we not, in the top 20 in the world then? It seems disrespectful to me, CJ.
Where on earth? Where'd you see that? I know that I think Johnny Boy put them 12, I believe, which is
That's
pretty
respectable. I'll take that. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm picking bones with Reddit people, okay? But I'm trying to say internationals to sound a
Classic.
bit better. But look, point is, people need to put more respect on Power. All right, they're even in these no one ever picks them to get top 8. They're always just like, oh, they'll be lucky if they win a series. They always take 2.
Yep, 100%. And then you look at the Rule 1 win as well. People forget about that pretty quickly, which is big. Even Pioneers, people had APAC going past OCE, but Pioneers proving that's not the case, at least early in that event. Even when they weren't performing, still able to get the win. But have a look at this. It's the first goal on the board, but is it? Question mark. Question mark. Question mark. We're seeing another pause come through as well. This one. Well, we might have to go to a break again because we're getting.
Oh man, this is. I don't think we're ever going back, CJ, to the 1-in-1 round. I think we need to stay at the top of these. We tried something different. Apologies there. Apparently, when you're not at the top of OCE, it's just, everything's broken down here.
I will tell you that the reason why the pause was called was that Luna is claiming that he couldn't pick up boost. So, that's going to be a replay sort of situation, replay files, I'd say, to work out if that's true. That's an interesting little bug if that's the case. Sometimes it does happen, Formal, where it looks like there's 100 boost up, but it's actually not there. I don't know if you've ever had that in your gameplay, but that is a bug that can happen. I'm not sure if that's the case.
I will say, from my perspective, Lunar was kind of driving back and forth on a full boost over and over again in the far left corner. So it was a tricky one. Either way, this one could be a longer boost. We got the bug catchers en route now straight from the Viridian Forest. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to hopefully be the conclusion of this series.
We are so back. Asterisk, potentially not fully back, but we'll find out shortly. Game 2 is upon us. About to get underway. We've restarted here. The goal did not count in that game. We're just going to do a full restart from 5 minutes. Client-side bugs hopefully fixed, and we are A-okay to go for them.
Yeah, hopefully things are good to go. I mean, look, definitely things were getting antsy between these two teams. They were eager. I shout out to Laxton, tried to extend a love heart emoji. Negative broke the love heart and then scores the first goal.
Well, I'm not sure if he got any boost, but he definitely didn't run over any at all there, Laxton. Took a wide berth, 0 boost, got dunked by Negative, who lets him know about it as well. 12 seconds in, composure. Perfect start.
Yeah, and again, you know, they did kind of lose out on a goal because of the game reset. Granted, that was because of the boost situation. But they get their 1 goal back, so can't be too upset with themselves. Now they have that lead. What can they do with it? Hawk's going to try to dribble it down. Pass prompt into the corner. Lunar will slow it down. But look, I'm going to go to your past performances as a player in this one. What is going through your mind during, you know, games where you have multiple tech pauses like this?
No, it's just you got to stay locked in. It's pretty frustrating. It depends which side you're on. It's frustrating for both sides, obviously, but it is pretty funny. You know, we do the whole review to see if the goal should count or not. 12 seconds in, composure score anyway, and we could have just avoided all that and just started with the 1 goal advantage, but as I was saying, it's important to stay locked in. That's a fantastic shot. Even better little touch from Hawk just to get that out of trouble.
Yeah, Hawk has that read. He's going to make that save. Now, for those of you who might be just joining us or, you know, because it was so long ago, may have forgotten what has happened. Ground Zero is up in this series. Game number 2. One of our first times we've covered a round 3 matchup from the 1-1 part of the bracket, and it's been a longer one, so I mean, there is a chance there's still a lot of round 3 left to go, especially if Composure can hold on to this lead.
Yeah, perhaps the only problem with a Swiss stage format, everyone absolutely loves it. It does guarantee, for the most part, getting the actual top 8, but you do have to wait for every single game to be completed in the round, so there's no way to skip the queue unless your Team Power going 3-0 through that uppers or Team Pioneers or KCP. So yeah, a little bit of a hold up. I'm sure there'll be some anti-players, anti-teams waiting for this one to finish.
Yeah, there will be. I mean, there's been a lot of results already. In fact, everybody is going to be waiting for this one to finish up right now. Negative with the chance. Actually took some time before the shot. That allowed Ground Zero to recover, so we stay a 1-goal lead. Nice little musty. Laxton pushes it up the field straight in the pack, and he prompt is there. Ground Zero could be setting up something here to the backboard. Hawk throws it straight into Lunar, who goes high with the setup. Trusts Laxton. Speed off of the roof. Won't find the second touch.
No follow-up either. Lunar just coming in now, trying to get one more. It's going to be a good pass off the ceiling if the shot comes through. Prompt wide. Pagsy's so awkward. Oh, that's just a goal. Pagsy has had a real problem getting up that post. He's just fallen straight off. And the equalizer comes through for Ground Zero.
Yeah, awkward play. I mean, they were going for it, trying to be proactive in attacking the ball, but Laxton is able to slink it right to the left side. So, tie ball game, Ground Zero, very nice equalizer. And I think a lot of the players at this stage, CJ, would almost be rooting for Ground Zero to keep things going as fast as possible in this event. They're going to be maybe relieved that Ground Zero is able to equalize, but Composure, he could still take this one back. I mean, they look a lot more comfortable when they're attacking up the pitch.
Yeah, they, as any team, I guess, rather than maybe Tango is the only comfortable player, or more comfortable in defense, I'd say, in history. Tins, let me know if you want the Mo back. I'm seeing that in chat. I'm glad that you really appreciated it. It was met with a lot of criticism from Yummy Cheese Man, my least supporter, not my biggest supporter, my smallest supporter, if not a supporter at all. Let me know.
That's just because he's worried that your facial hair will, like, you know, one day outgrow his, right? Like it'll be more iconic than the beard combo he has going.
He does have a beard combo. That is disgusting. That is disgusting from Prompt. How has he got that angle? Let's have another look at this. It's Lunar off the side. Prompt, the finest of double touches. He was basically landing on the wall, and he still got the angle on target. Drop down. Hawk can't get there. Ground Zero get the lead. That is nasty.
And I'm glad it was Prompt who put that through, because, again, there's a reason why a lot of people have called, you know, this kid such an exciting prospect. And He's been playing a lot of third man, it feels like, for Ground Zero. He's been in a lot more conservative role, but to be able to go up there and attack the ball like that, fantastic stuff on a team full of fantastic mechanics. I mean, we've already seen, the triple touch come out of Lax, and now we get that angle from Prompt. Lunar, you're up.
Yeah, Prompt showing the mech. Unfortunately for Luna, I don't know if he's got that. He's got a few tricks out in the in the back pocket. He's got a few tricks in the locker, but I don't know if he's quite got that. These kids are pretty good. Prompt and Laxon. I mean, we know what Laxon's done, but Prompt as well. A lot of potential. We spoke about him being picked up and what he could do for this Ground Zero lineup. He's showing a little glimpse, but oh my goodness, how's that not gone in? And they're out here. Luna just slings it wide. That's what he can do for you, Formal. Nice little poster.
Oh, I mean, heartbreaking for both sides, but negative. I mean, that bump was so good. Now they have a chance to put it in themselves. And again, yeah, if you can't rely on your teammates to score, it's all on you. Good shot from negative. Does come off Laxon on defense, but enough to equalize with under 30 seconds left.
Phenomenal placement. Sometimes those are the best ones when you have zero time to really line anything up, like Luna did down the other end. Negative had to go, had to be fast with it, and was able to just get the pace on. Double jump, top corner shot as well. They get the equalizer, timely one as well with 15 seconds left. Now can they perhaps steal this game number 2? Perhaps to the disappointment of every other team waiting for this game to finish. Here goes Pagsy though. The bumps, Luna huge. Do they get the counter attack now? It's just negative back. He's trying to get some support from Pagsy. It's a huge double. Luna in behind. What a save. What on earth? How is Hawk? One read that, 2 pinched it. Oh, gee whiz, I thought that was game.
Oh, it still might be, though. Ground Zero in this overtime straight on the attack. Hawk, though, this time with boost, is able to clear it out. Again, yeah, that save from Hawk, not only was it, on that line, but he did that without boost as well at the end. Fantastic stuff to keep composure in this. Definitely don't like Composure's chances if they do drop this overtime. A reverse sweep from this team would be a pretty monumental ask as it stands. Lunar actually has the full moon, is now going to start to push forward, but very, very slow approach. Composure should be able to recover.
Yeah, here they go though. That's just going to be a free shot, but it was terrible from Laxon. He had the entire net to shoot from and he just duffed it. Now Pagsy with boost has negative. It's a nice play, but equally as good cut off there. Hawk with no boost misses the touch. Prompt, he's been faked out. He wants to get back on it. More 50s coming through. It's Luna. They would need a little bit of space. Trying to find the slowest flick I've ever seen. Hawk trying to get in as well. That's a great beat, but you see again Luna back in time. Ground Zero looking pretty good in defense, but credit to this Composure lineup, Formal. At any time it feels like they can really get a counter-attack going and catch Ground Zero out.
Yeah, they have been, and a player who I've been actually incredibly impressed with has been Negative, who's been playing a lot further forward than I'm used to seeing, but has been very impactful every time, both in terms of shots and in the physicality. A lot of bumps, a lot of boost steals. Negative being that aggressor, not used to seeing it, but it's working out, paying dividends for the Composure side, keeping him in it. That said, Ground Zero, this is a good position for them. Lunar's looking to pop it up for Prompt. Has a bit of space to work with off of the roof. Second touchdown, Pagsy diving save.
Oh, they're so messy. Prompt and Laxton as well. Great pass from Luna, but look at the counter-attack. It's a bit more no-nonsense here from Composure. Hawks goes sideball. He fakes it out. Shot just saved. They might be able to get out as well, but Pagsy's keeping the heat on. There's a lot of boost for Ground Zero, which will work in their favor, and a huge whiff coming through. Hawk has to come up clutch. Does so, loses corner boost. Prompt in again. Luna wants to turn. The demos as well. Negative, just getting the right touches when they need it here, Composure. But that's huge from Luna. He's gone the whifty. As Pagsy gets in as well. Pass back, surely Ground Zero. Laxton bumps straight back into the ball, and he's just taking it upstairs.
Props
the 1,
underneath.
2, 3, the double as well. Is anyone top corner? There it is. It's going to be Prompt getting his second. What a setup from Laxton as well. Ground Zero, that's a huge game to win.
Yeah, I love that entire play as well. Laxton, the dribble, just coaxing all of the Composure defense up towards him, and the entire time, Prompt just waiting right underneath, had the full boost as well, knew they were going to get their chance, and the second the ball was in that top corner, immediately on it for the overtime goal. Well done, Ground Zero. 1 game away from a 2-1 record. Composure have to try to pull off this reverse sweep right now, and I mean, Again, we were kind of joking about it
We're
during
gonna
that
get
second tech pause, CJ. The idea of that this series has to go 5 games. I'm now, it's looking less likely.
I don't know. This is just OCE special. We saw the potential reverse sweep, or the almost reverse sweep, coming out in round number 2 with the Chiefs. We could get a similar story here, but it was a great comeback there from Ground Zero. They conceded early and just kept fighting back to find that overtime winner.
So here we go. Believe it or not, it's only game 3 about to kick off right now. Ground Zero can still get a sweep if they win this game, and that sweep would, hopefully give them a easier matchup. They would have to be thinking, because there are still so many scary teams that are going to be in that 2-1 position. We'll see, though, how it does play out. On the other side, Composure looking for the reverse sweep to get themselves back in it. I do believe at this stage, every other game now is finished.
Oh, 100%. I think it's been like an hour and 10 minutes since round 2, so it's ridiculous. I thought we were in for a quick one. It's kind of crazy. We're over 2.5, we're nearly 3 hours into this, and we're not 3 rounds through. So
look, we had a game 5 overtime already in the lower bracket. Like they played 5 games and went to the game 5 overtime. That was Ops versus the Reapers there, and yeah, here we are, still just ready to go game 3.
Hey, Luna showing us something. And one thing I will say about these lengthy days, formal, is that production they do it out of the love and passion for this game. So they want as long as possible. If they could have all game 5s, that's what they'd have. And I know that the entire team can back that up, including the admins. They love just being out there and just getting amongst the servers, getting amongst these players that they have such good rapport with. And there's a great open net. It's in transition. The flick came through in midfield. Phenomenal start here for Ground Zero on their way to the potential sweep.
Yeah, Lunar, it was just straight down the center and in. But yeah, to go on your point again, everyone in production, the admin team in particular, they love pauses, be it tech, be it broken controllers, internet issues. They love it so much because it means that they just get to, stay and be a part of even more Rocket League.
Yeah, we're lucky enough to have a live camera on some of the production team as well, on the admins. And I did see Jaden fist pump on that second timeout. He loves these situations. Whenever there's a little bit of an issue, he has to go back into the replays and just take more time out of his day. It really it's why he truly does this for a living. But Ground Zero,
all volunteer too.
You want to help out as well. Ground Zero, this is what they're doing for a living, is putting some shots on and trying to handle this Composure lineup in 3. That'd be nice for them.
Yeah, they all do it just for the exposure, which is why we got to shout them out whenever possible. And do send him the love hearts, send him the happy birthday wishes. Either way, 1-0 lead, Ground Zero, looking like they could be in control of this one. Composure, chance to equalize, but with not a lot of boost on the attacking side, it should be Ground Zero taking over. Negative doesn't care about lack of boost. Neither does Bagsy. They're still going in.
As I said, it is no nonsense. It's 2 different styles right now. Ground Zero, a bit more flair and speed on the ball, and well, all you're seeing is just straight line gameplay coming through from Composure, looking for those direct shots, trying to really just brute force a mistake from Ground Zero like that. A little whiff coming through from Prompt. Luna able to help out. We've spoken about Prompt, we've spoken about Laxon, but Luna's been so solid. He got MVP in the previous game without getting a goal on the board for himself. So defensive wall right now is that man Luna.
And this has been a recurring thing, though, I feel like, with all the teams Lunar has been on, a lot of which with Laxon as well. Lunar so frequently around some great mechanical players, and is frequently, a major catalyst for the team's successes has been when Lunar is on. So it's good to see that happening here again today. Just always on the play, it feels like. In fact, they're going to get a chance right now with Hawk and Bagsy barreling down. Hawk tries to set up Bagsy. Lunar's proactive flip forces a double. Bagsy could have left that for negative, though. They had an open shot.
They had the open, but I mean, it was huge again from Luna. He's not just a 6-man's admin and also council member. He's more than that. Some people forget that he's a pro player as well, and he's got the moves. He's got the mech. So he does throw that one. A little bit awkward here, Ground Zero. Prompt with no moon. Laxon trying to work that one out, but he has found a nice little pass to the opposition. The clear does come through. Look at the no-nonsense there from Luna. Just throws it forward. Double touch. Hawk with a nice save. Prompt trying to keep it in with 0. Just finds a 50. They do work it out through negative, but Laxon just dunking that ball. Ground Zero, they want their second to secure this win.
Lunar truly is the everyman of Rocket League. I feel like he's done every single role at some stage. Shots on from Hawk, saved by Prompton. I guess that's what happens when you retire every offseason and then come back into it at the start of every new season.
100%. I think, it's people start forgetting the accolades. They forget what Luna's done, but he's so back right now. Laxon with the boost.
Ooh.
And there's that man, the admin of the 6-man server, Luna. Gets the second on the ball for Ground Zero. Minute 16 away from a huge sweep here in round number 3.
How about that reset pass from Prompt as well to find Lunar straight down the middle? That could be the dagger in this one. 2-goal late lead. Composure are going to have to find just that if they're going to get back in this one. Prompt doing a lot of work with not a lot of resources. Does drive it into negative, but Ground Zero stays on the play. A minute to go, an entire pitch they have to traverse. Composure really on the back foot now.
Yeah, they've got to go right here. It's been a topsy-turvy sort of game, but it was almost a great chance. Laxon coming up huge. It seems like every situation like this, when they are in defense, Ground Zero formal, they still do have boost to get out, at least 2 players, which is done them a world of good, and that's a phenomenal double. It is quite awkward for negative. Let's handle the ball up. Luna, keep that ball down in this orange half, which should be all to secure this series win here for Ground Zero. 30 seconds left, formal. Composure better go now.
Yeah, they need to, and Hawk is doing just that, but doesn't have the speed to outpace Prompt, who is looking like the MVP possibly of this series. 22 seconds remaining. Hawk through the corner. No immediate follow-up. Ground Zero is going to keep this one pinched down. CJ, I think we are safe. I think it's going to be a Ground Zero victory.
Yeah, the entire tournament might be safe. Who knows how long we could have gone here if this wasn't a sweep, but Ground Zero, it's been a strong performance from them. They will get the job done in 3, and they will move on to the 2-on-1 stage as well. There's a few good teams like Chiefs in that round number 4 that they may have to meet. We'll have to look at the game diff and whatnot after that, but well, it was a long one. It was the longest 3-0 you've ever seen. Couple of tech pauses, couple of replay reviews, couple of admins that absolutely are loving their jobs at the moment. But we are so back. Morgie, what's happened? The one time that you host and you have you've blown up this entire production.
Oh, it's just typical Queen Morgie fashion. Nothing will ever go smoothly. You will learn that the more and more you cast with me. Nothing's ever going to go smoothly, but my oh my, what a series. Look, I'm not going to say we told you so, Yummy, but you're against the entire desk here. You'll say.
I'll raise my hand to say that, Yummy. We told you so.
He said 3-0 as well for the other way, so he's basically 6 games in the negative. So it's pretty bad for him at the moment, and I think that his HSP prediction has just been thrown to the side, given how bad this one was. Oof.
I mean, nothing against Composure. Look, we saw some great plays, some good goals out of negative. That save from Hawk in game 2 to take that to OT, that was impressive. But, when Prompt is scoring doubles, like that one double in game 2, that angle, that slight angle was incredible. Ground Zero, just, nice easy sweep there.
Well, here's the question then, Morgie. You were watching along. Which goal was more impressive, Laxon's triple touch or Prompt's double?
Oh, I'm going to go the double. I thought
agree.
that was the tiny, I think a millimeter to the right and the ball would have hit the backboard. I have to say the double. That was impressive.
His face was on the wall when he hit it. I'm surprised that, he could even get the double. I guess he was going for the double, but, I mean, there was pixels in that. So, we're seeing the mech. We mentioned it. Yummy wasn't talking about it, but we know what Ground Zero can do, and I think we saw a glimpse there, which was good to see.
The question is, though, can they do that round 4, right? I mean, they are going up against HSP, so, that could be... that's an interesting matchup.
Definitely will be an interesting game, and look, we'll keep this short just because everybody has been waiting for too long, but we will be back with round 4 shortly. If you don't go anywhere, stay tuned. We'll be back soon. Hello everyone and welcome back to OC RLCS. Just making sure my mic was on there. Had a quick second of doubt in my head. We will be heading to round 4 shortly. We won't keep you waiting for too much longer, but there is something I want to touch on. Yummy? Called 3-0, Composure against GZ. What happened?
First time wrong for everything, I guess. It's really
first time.
I don't know about that.
Oh, shut up, Mr. Guy who waits till I'm not on the broadcast to go yap.
Old man memory loss. Old man memory loss.
No backbone whatsoever, no spine. Don't come at me when I'm here.
Let me
always
tell you about the
correct.
Chiefs.
Let me tell you about the Chiefs in the grand final when you predicted them then, and I told you you're an idiot because Power are clearly going to win. You don't know anything about Rocket
I
League.
admitted it.
That being
bad.
said,
I didn't throw it back at you. I admitted my mistake. I'll never do it again. I'll predict Power until they lose, and then I'll lose faith in them. But for now, I'm all about the Chiefs, and I'm all about this next matchup, Yummy. Let me tell you about the Chiefs taking on the Kib Gang, and I'm all about the Chiefs.
well, I was just
All
hoping
about the
that
Chiefs.
Morgie would get to call the matchup, but I guess.
Oh, sorry. I got a bit excited.
I guess Mr.
Sorry.
Important Big Breaches over here is just going to try and take everybody's job.
Look at the win rate,
No,
Morgie.
no,
81%. Look at it.
81%. Yeah, I see it, but I don't know if I believe in this one, CJ. I don't know.
It's impressive the amount of bias that can come from the man on my right, because at the beginning of this split, he was all Kib Gang gonna make the major, they're my dark horse pick, blah. And it's been the Chiefs all around. And fair enough, the Chiefs have come top 2, but I still believe that there's something in there from the Kib Gang. I still believe that they could get a top 2. Probably couldn't get first because Power, but maybe a top 2 in one of these events. So is this the event they're going to do it, or they have to wait an entire year?
I think we definitely have some belief in Kib Gang. I think this is the event that they could do it, albeit round 1 today, they did go down to HSP. Yummy, I'm not even going to get into that one with you, but every team has their flaws. Kib Gang have dropped, but I really do think that they're hungry for this one, and I think they want to come back and take this one from the Chiefs. So I do believe there's a chance here.
I will say.
Well, Kib Gang lost earlier as well, so nobody's exactly looking exemplary right now. The big question for me, CJ, with the Chiefs, in the last series against HSB, they looked nervous. They kind of were struggling in the defensive half a lot. Something that we haven't seen from them. They've been a very solid team in the previous events. Do you think that these nerves might go now that they're kind of like 3-0 is out the window?
Well, look, if they had come straight into this matchup, off that loss, I might have leaned Kib Gang. But I think they get the sweep in round 3 of Fizz 6. I think that was a way of just, shaking it off. Can't go, all right, let's, come on, let's focus, let's reassess. What are we doing? We did maybe get a little bit overwhelmed. I'd admit it. They maybe were a little bit feeling the pressure. But I think that sweep have steered them back on the right track, Yummy. But I will say, as everyone gets their predictions in chat, I will say, Morgie, for Kib Gang, I'm not going to shield Chiefs for too much longer. I will say for Kib Gang, Gus has the potential to be the best player in the region when he's on. He is ridiculous, and I think that he is the X factor if they're going to be able to beat Chiefs. I'm looking at Gus, man.
Oh, absolutely. I wouldn't disagree with you there. I think Gus has a lot of potential, and he has shown us that in prior series. So it'll be really interesting to see if he can step up to the plate. And I agree that may make the difference here. If you haven't already in chat, hashtag CHF for Chiefs, hashtag Kib for Kib Gang. Let us know what you think. We're curious to see. And as you can see on the desk,
CJ,
I'm going to say we're split.
We're so smart. Like this fool over here on my left
What you
just
doing?
doesn't know ball
Wrong way.
whatsoever. Kib Gang, what do you mean? It's the Chiefs all the way.
What?
I'm just going to say CJ is biased, and Yummy got the last series wrong, and I didn't. So call it how you want.
I will say, as I was pumping up Kib Gang, I realised that the one player I called out is the former Chiefs player, Gus. it does look good. It does look great for me, I'll admit it, but I didn't mean to do that. I do think Gus can pop off, but not 80%. What are we doing? This is Queen Morgie bias if I've ever seen it. Twitch chat just getting behind it. Everyone's saying big brain, Morgie, big brain. It's not true. I think Chief's going to get the job done. Yummy, it feels good to be back on the same team with our alliance.
Oh, it's just so good. It's just so smart, aren't we, CJ? I can't wait for us to be right. And Morgie, any last words before you're wrong?
I'm just going to say it's scary to see you two on the same side. I will agree with that, but last words, Yummy, prove me wrong. You're not going to prove me wrong. You're not
Breaking
proving me wrong. I'm
news!
just saying,
Production
you're not
has
proving me wrong.
ruined our casters tag. Again, they've put in topic.
You're joking. How are we going to make a living if we don't get the exposure in round 4 of the Swiss stage RLCS OCE Open Qualifier 6?
Oh, I can't believe it. You know what? We're not that greedy. I'll give a little shout out. That was Queen Morgie. Great job on the hosting. This is us two monkeys over here, and let's get underway with Chiefs versus Kib Gang. The loser of this, CJ, is going to go to round 5.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that is, and when you're looking at contending for a major, it's one of the last places you want to be is round 5. No way. Don't. No. Oh, no. No. Please. Please. I was just out to say, can we give another shout out as well while we do get a tech pause? While we're giving shout outs, we're throwing them around. Shout out to Chris, our director. Shout out as well to the chief admin, Jaden. He is loving life at the moment with the tech pauses. So can we get a W, Jaden, in chat? Because he's the reason why we're getting all these pauses. It's not the players. It's just that the referees and admins want to insert themselves into this series and be a part of the production.
It's ridiculous. If you want two people to be angry with, Jaden and Guru, just send them a few messages in Twitch chat saying, resume the game, please. Please. Remember the please. You got to be polite.
Yeah, be polite. Be polite to them. Yeah, we get the pause. We're going to have to find out when this resumes, whether... I don't know if it's going to be another replay situation, Yummy, because what happens is when there's a pause, when there's a goal that happens afterwards, you have to work out, did they stop playing before the goal? Did it affect the goal? Do we start from the start again? It did happen before the goal occurred, but they didn't have possession, and I'm not sure how that... I don't want to say how it works, because I have no idea what the ruling is on that.
Yeah, you don't know how much things work, so we'll just stop talking about Rocket League whatsoever. How was your weekend? How's your weekend started? So far. How's your week?
Well, I will say in terms of my weekend starting, basically it's just been this broadcast so far, and I don't want to seem ungrateful, Yummy, but the 2 series that I've done so far haven't been fantastic. I did get to announce that Power made Worlds, which is fantastic.
Yeah, nice.
It was like 20 goals to 4.
The voice of OCE.
And then I had the previous series. Not sure if you tuned into that one while you were hanging out, but... Well,
I was tuning in, and then I decided to start watching YouTube because it was taking too long.
It's a good call. Not sure if you realize it was about a 45-minute 3-0. So I would probably say my weekend hasn't started on a positive note, but I will say that one of my biggest qualities, I'd say, Yummy, is to take a positive out of anything, and I'm enjoying myself on this production, although it has been a little bit chaotic. Oh, and you don't have to follow NA tonight. There's no more NA really to worry about. So that's a big up for you, right? Yeah, well, I can just forget about those guys because tell you what, there was tiebreakers over there. Speaking of tiebreakers, it would be crazy to get a nice little tiebreaker for the major over here, and that's what possible. I'm thinking. Get them to the semi-final. In the semi-final, we have KCP versus Chiefs. KCP win, then they have to win the entire event, so they probably have to beat Power. And then tiebreaker, we see it all again, but with a major on the line. Or we get Chiefs lose this. We're just talking about Chiefs lose this. They get like the 6th seed coming out. Then they'll have to play probably Kib Gang again in the quarterfinal. They lose to Kib Gang again. And then all Pioneers need to do is get top 2. Or Kib Gang is to get top 2, lose to Power, tiebreaker. Easy. All right. Well, why don't you just write to Jaden and
Maybe that's why there's all these pause. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this.
But, yeah,
Maybe Jaden's drinking it.
I don't know if we're allowed to technically say that. Look, there was player ping though. Scrub, I believe, was lagging. So I think we're restarting from 5 minutes. We're restarting from 0-0. Casters, please press the red button. Please start the game. Please free me from this abyss. It's not on us.
Yeah, mate. I'm not the one pausing the game, buddy. Jaden, gonna get back into your little cupboard. Type your little, oh, I'm gonna pause the game now. Type go, don't go until I say go. Yeah, that's right, we see it every single game. Don't go until we say go. I hear
you. We are so back. And Jaden is loving life. Look, it's great to be here, starting from 5, Oh! What is that?
What is
this
that?
region has everything. What on earth is that? That's the biggest skimmy dim sim I've ever seen.
That goes in at 137. I don't know how you accelerate that. Particle accelerator Kaka managed to get that one after, well, we didn't say about some of the mistakes that happened earlier in the day, I guess.
That was 1 million speed, and they're going to get another one. Kaka's got 2 in 4 seconds. Goodness gracious, off the pause. That's their 3rd goal of the series, 2 that counts. That they do get their 2nd here. And this is the best start for the Chiefs. They're back. What pressure, Yummy? What pressure? I don't see it.
Yeah, I've seen this before, actually. I've seen Kaka score 8 goals in a series, and we're already on form for him to score, well, 16 goals in one game.
Yeah. 20 goals, perhaps? That's a lot of goals.
It's good maths. I'm proud of you. You did better than me.
Wait, is it?
Actually,
16.
Yeah, it's 20. No, 20.
Oh, it is 20. Yeah, 10.
Well, yeah, now it's less.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's Finn getting a 3rd. Come on, guys. We didn't want the one-sided series. We wanted a close one, but you can't fault Chiefs for just being on top form right now.
Yeah, Finn was fine fending the net there. Really. Honestly, I was going for a Finding Nemo reference. I couldn't find it.
Couldn't find it.
Couldn't find it. And then we'll leave it at that. Great start for the Chiefs, though, with 3 on the board in a minute.
I'm going to have to tail off from that one as goes to the other end. No, it doesn't once again. The midfield being held by Chiefs, something that they very want to do as Hunter gets a, well, I'm not going to say fruitful extra touch, but he gets one nonetheless.
Yep. Not the most fruitful. Speaking of fruit, had a lovely smoothie this morning. Oh, that's off topic. Anyway, Finn gets it across. Res up. Was that a good segue? Gusto, bang! No, Kaka with the save. Kaka, I tell you what, he had the entire far post to shoot from. He just found Kaka near post under the net. Rez tries to keep it. Why are we getting... What's going on with Rez? With Shaw's as Rez? That's annoying me.
Yeah, I guess he's... Because everybody calls him Shaw Rez, so I guess he's now just shortened himself to Rez. Fair enough. Hopefully he can resurrect his team's chances, because it's not looking so good the first 2.
Good for you, actually. I'll try and find one later. Hunter, he's... Here we go. Chiefs trying to get another one. 2 minutes 50. They're really looking in cruise control as Kib Gang struggling to really get this ball past halfway. And look at the demos. That's really going to help. Finn, reset ceiling. Doesn't quite get the bounce that he wanted off the undercarry. Just Gus is up now. He's the man that I want to be, that X factor for the Kib Gang. Yet to quite be online. So halfway through, and Chiefs really looking strong.
Not the best first touch from Finn. He wanted that to go nice and high so he could follow up with an aerial play, no doubt. But at the moment, it's more just Chiefs holding on to the ball. You haven't seen any touches coming out from Kib Gang. They're just trying to win races to 50s right now, keep it away from their own backboard. The pressure does begin for the Chiefs. Gus has managed to secure the 100 boost and a 50, but is that enough to keep Hunter at bay? Still looking towards that net, but no, clear comes through.
I just realised, you got mute buttoned at the start of that series because you were talking too much slander.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. They pushed the big red button on you, as Hunter might be able to get one more. 4 on the board potentially. Gus with the save. And I'll tell you what, Kib Gang struggling, just like, well, production aren't struggling to find that mute button for you, Yummy. You're in trouble here.
Well, you know what? Jaden will get over it, I'm sure.
He must have ran over and just slammed like the big red button that was like the mute Yummy Cheese Man button.
There's probably a few of those buttons around the office.
There's one in every room. There's a legal requirement.
Even one in his closet.
Just in case something happens. Look at Gus going low. It's really nice. Hunter had to pre-jump. He was getting bumped. Kid can get one back. 80 seconds on the clock. Still time if they can get going.
It's a minute 20. This should be enough to get a couple of goals, though Chiefs have had the control so far as we see that turnaround blocked out. Hunter manages to make the save. Still has to stay in it. It's Kaka. He's actually the one to get the touch away down to Hunter.
Yeah, they need to go now, though. Scrub does have boost. We'll have Shaw's across if he can find the 50 to him. Does so underneath. Rez is annoying me. He takes it up. It's going to be Hunter waiting ball. He can get a good 50. Does have back post support. Gus needs to go. Scrub gets up. He just says no. Kaga's going to be too quick on that one. Chiefs trying to ice out this game and doing pretty well to keep it out of trouble.
Maybe a touchdown, and I just saw all of Jaden's messages. he was pressing a few panic buttons, it looks like, and I was ignoring every single one of them. As that one goes in for Kaka, he gets his hat trick.
Yeah, certainly teetering on the edge of this production is, but that's what we love about OCE. Hunter gets his 4th on the board. That's got to be game 1 Hunter Raps as well. Really nice from Chiefs too. You got to lock out, as you said. The question mark on them was the pressure, given that they had lost early and that round 5 of Swiss is looming. But they're looking unfazed so far.
Just like to make a note that I was joking. The regional manager was not rigging the games. I'll take that back. Now that that's all cleared up, it is a 4-1 here for the Chiefs. It looks like they're taking game 1.
I just feel like that's worse than not mentioning it again, but glad
Sorry,
we have...
everything's fixed now, right?
Glad we have... we do have confirmation from production.
You know, it's been a long day because production, and now our ears also making the same jokes.
Confirmed. This region, I have just got confirmation, is unriggable.
Even if you wanted to rig it, somebody's still going to own goal it at the end of the series, game 5.
That's not saying there haven't been rigging attempts. There have been many, but it is unriggable. So there's no point even trying to investigate potential rigging because there's no way it can happen in this region. So that's just a W overall.
CJ was a rig the entire time. He kept trying to make Renegades lose, and they still made every major.
Yeah, I was rigging myself to top plays in the region so I could stay up there. That's what I was doing. I was strapping myself in and keeping up onto the top of the scene. But now we cannot get anywhere. Well, we cannot get anywhere near the top of the world at the moment, Yummy. Not sure what's going on there. Maybe Team Power can change that. Look, we're losing our minds over here, and I might be losing my mind. I think that 3-0 timeout...
I just love that series. Just, you know, there's all the timeouts, right? That's cool. But then there were also like a good few minutes of overtime in every single game. Just set everybody a little bit cuckoo.
Yeah, it's the longest 3-0. I reckon that's a record. Might have to hit up direct for the longest 3-0 we've ever had, but that's probably up there with that one. So, anyway, nice start for the Chiefs. Really strong start. Nice start for production as well. Very smooth. Only one pause during that game 1. So we are...
You know what, Jaden? You can do better. I want to see 2 pauses this game.
If we see a pause, we know who did it and who orchestrated it. Again, unriggable region, but we know that there are attempts.
Also, I will make it clear again because Jaden's probably internally screaming right now. He's not even the admin at the moment. He doesn't have it. He's the regional manager. He's got nothing to do with admitting the games.
Yeah,
but he's just... We know he's a good sport about it, so we use his name rather than somebody else's.
Yeah, he does say he's willing to cop the full brunt of any accusations on behalf of his team that he's employed. So it's great to see. It's the true makings of a leader, and one of the reasons why, you know, this production is renowned, as we do see some people say, the best broadcast easily. I'm looking at you, McGee, in chat. Thank you.
If anybody's out there not saying it's the best broadcast, then you're obviously not watching. So, you know, some of the best plays, some of the best own goals, and some of the best casting at times.
And some of the best gameplay all round as another open net goes through. It's going to be Kaka again. He loves the first goal of the game, and it's my man Gus on a bus. He had no boost. He whiffs it. Scrub pushed up. He said, I'm sure you're going to hit it. And Gus said, well, actually, no. I'm not going to hit that one.
Maybe Gus was there thinking that Kaka would hit the crossbar or something like that. You know how often you stay in there and just go, if it's in, I'll do my best. But unfortunately, Kaka hit it straight into the open net.
Yeah, hate when that happens. Hate scoring those easy chances. I'd rather look good with a nice little crossbar touch. As Shores takes it up. Gets a nice little air dribble. Kaka's going to wait with 100 boost as well. Full Moon scoops that one up. Shores is going to be very slow back. Counter-attack, air dribble over the top of 2. Double touch, just saved by Gus. Chiefs are looking deadly, though, on the offense.
Now we also have Guru in chat. Unhappy that we're saying pause, the P word as they call it, is apparently a curse in admin language. Fair enough. As Action hasn't paused just yet. Still got Hunter with a chance.
Wait,
in the middle of he's taken out Kaka.
Is that the curse word?
Yeah, apparently.
The what, pause?
Yeah, pause is the curse word. You can't say pause.
Oh, what do they say? Pause.
Well, no, they're saying that we can't say pause.
Ah.
They're like, if we say pause, we're fired.
All right, we will make sure not to mention any pauses after I say pause one more time. Finn up with the 50. Can't quite get it. We're getting it. Some comments in the in-game chat as well from the referee. Not quite happy. Guru, we see you. Get out of here.
You know, we've had production hour here, we've had in-game chat, we've had a Discord message, and we've got a tweet now. All yelling at us the entire time. I swear, just can't do our jobs with all this yelling.
I'm just trying to focus on the gameplay. I'm trying to focus on Kaka almost getting the shot. No boost coming out from the Chiefs. They have to back off. Kib Gang have to get involved. I'll tell you what, this game is going a little bit better than the game number 1, though. They didn't let it get away from them. They only 1 goal down. But Finn's up. No boost.
Ooh.
Almost finds the bump on Scrub. We had to dive across. They're doing okay
Finn
here.
almost got his filthy paws on him right there, but just managed to evade away. And it's a 1-0 lead still, but Chiefs have been in total control, it feels like.
Yeah, they're just, the way they're able to control this midfield is really nice. Oh, hang on a minute. 1, 2, 3. Finn's in trouble. Gus surely placement. Yes. There's the first one back. The former Chiefs member gets the equaliser.
You feel that in every pore of your skin. 3 paws. Gus gets that tied up game. 1 minute 40 remaining. And let's see if Kib Gang can bring this one back.
Yeah, they were pouring at the net for a while as the shots were pouring in. Kaka.
Well, you know, when it rains, it pours. And 1 goal can lead to a lot more. Let's see if that first one is all that Kib Gang needed. There was the pass, but Gus didn't expect it.
It could have been in. It could have been the equaliser, but again, they're just not making the most of it. Might need to pause and see the replay on that really quick to see how that didn't happen. As Hunter doesn't quite get the skim. Kaka up early. Early aggression here. Gus, all he can do is get the clear. He's got no boost. All the moon's being taken. He's going for the corner. He's looking for bumps. Jaws comes in as well. Barrel Whiff's coming through, and now Scrub, well, he's getting bumped. This could be big trouble. Where's Finn with the reset? He misses it. The demo comes through as well. Chiefs want to try and get the lead back. Kaka's just completely gone behind one. The 50, oh goodness. Where's Finn? He wants to get in, but they've overcommitted. Back on defense.
Well, poor attempt there from Kaka. He gets in front of his own teammate. That was the chance for Chiefs to go 2-1 up. And it looks like they're still being left wanting as Rez now almost over the top. Sure is looking dangerous. It's not going to go a goal just yet as Kaka collects once more. Flicker cross, gets the demo at the same time. Smart pass, and no way does he go wide.
Oh, it could have been the winner, but he just... Oh, he would have missed 2 nets. He tried to put it that far back post. Scrub doesn't want to turn. He's got none. Cast downfield here. Finn, is it going to be it? The pop over the top. If he gets one more, it's big trouble for Kib. But Gus with a huge save. Could be overtime looming. Or could we get a bit of late magic here? Kaka with 100 just getting bumped off at Kib Gang want the OT, and they get it.
Everything settles down. We take a pause before the storm of the overtime. 1 minute. Sorry, 1 minute, 0 seconds as we head towards it, and my brain is not working too well.
3.5 minutes gone now. Gus with 100. There's 2 here for Chiefs with a flick huge, and that's going to be open. Finn open, easy as you like. 2-0 to the Chiefs. Great start.
Good setup by Kaka. The pressure was on from the kickoff. Finn and Kaka actually bumping each other onto that ball. You can see what Kaka does. Keeps it simple. Sets it up for Finn. And Chiefs on match point. Maybe CJ. Maybe this won't be 45 minutes.
It's been a little bit quicker. As he said, we did only have 1 P word. There you go. Yeah, I'm learning.
What's the P word?
It rhymes. Oh, well, I can't say that word.
It rhymes with laws, everyone, and the laws is we don't say the P word.
Santa Claus. Hopefully we don't get another Santa Claus here in game number 3. But yeah, Chiefs looking really good. They had 10 shots. They've been all over them. You said it halfway through that game, looking comfortable. I know we had the equaliser come through from Kib Gang, but overall, the body of work that Chiefs are putting in is too good at the moment.
They've had a lot of control. Kib Gang rested it in the second half of that game, but for the first half of that game, it was something like 7 shots to 1, 7 shots to 2 early on. Chiefs getting a lot of opportunities. Just a little look around to see at some of the other results coming in as well. We see Ground Zero a 2-1 up against HSP. Obviously, HSP will win the next 2, so don't worry about that one at home, folks. Gaming Gamers versus Gremlins. Currently, Gremlins 2-1 up, so my prediction that they won't make top 8. Looking to be incorrect. Gremlins may make it in the 4th round. And then down in the lower bracket, the only result so far is that Soldiers Henchmen have 3-0'd Physics after Physics made top 8 in the first event.
What are they doing? And we spoke about them. Formal was, I say he's biggest fan, but he's a big fan of too many teams, I think. Scrub, that's a great start. We don't have a timeout, but something must have been said here because this is a change-up. Hunter, look at the overcommit. Kaka just trusting the solo play, and there's no third man for the Chiefs.
And I think that's fair to trust the solo play of Hunter usually, but mistakes, everybody makes them. And Hunter, in this case, did not get the final touch that he wanted, so the first goal going the way of Kib Gang, and maybe the confidence that they needed.
Goodness gracious. Hardest laugh I've had all year this series. Oh, well. Seems like they do like the P word. Want a change of events. Open net, equaliser comes through, and Kaka, for the 1 millionth time, gets the first goal for the Chiefs.
I don't know if he's laughing with us or at us, but you know what? A laugh is a laugh at the end of the day. And Chiefs, at the end of the day, they're not too worried about 1 goal against them. They've been able to make it up very quickly. 4 minutes 30 on the clock, and already 2 goals left.
And at the end of the day, hopefully it's the end of the day soon. There's Hunter. Couldn't quite get the touch. Scrub is it's a huge win from Finn. He's got no boost, but that has been a bit of a story from the Chiefs. I've been really impressed this split, Yumby, with their synergy, and I think they look teamier. We love that word. They look teamier than the previous iteration of the Chiefs. Obviously, this is more of a Kaka's Minions lineup, but have a look at the fake from Kaka. This is what I'm talking about. There's one man looking for the bump. It's a demo. It's a pass back, and look at Finn. All 3 involved in the offense. All 3 knowing what they need to do to facilitate that goal.
And you saying that is it's a surprise factor because we've never regarded Hunter as a teamy type player. Not in his entire career. Maybe ball chaser. Maybe, somebody who hasn't worried about what his teammates are doing the entire time. And Finn, equally so, we're looking at more of a solo player for him. These guys have worked well as a team. Even now in the defense, they hold out for what looked like a powerful attack.
That was a phenomenal save from Kaka. Had to pre-jump top corner, pinch it out of the post. That's what they need to do. Show up defensively. That shot won't be on, and even Hunter there. It's a nice flip for control, but they have given up an opening that probably should have been a goal. Those are the ones that Kib Gang have to score. I mean, we mention it all the time. When you do get opportunities, these big matches, the top teams, you have to make the most of those openings.
And just to be clear, everybody in the Twitch chat who are worried about CJ having to watch too much OCE Rocket League. He has decided not to do series number 5.
I'm out of here, baby.
He's gone. So he's just hoping that this is a 3-0. I'm here thinking, give me a few Game 5 overtimes, please.
Yeah, I'm out of here. As soon as this game finishes, I'm closing this stream. I'm closing my computer. I'm not going to think about this region until 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Even if Kib Gang win, he's just closing the game.
Well, hang on a minute. If Kib Gang win, I'm all eyes on the Chiefs for round 5. The boys to see how they go. But that's a terrible touch from Kaka. He was so worried about the bump from Shores. And he gives up the free goal to Scrub. And, well, if there's ever going to be a comeback, we saw Chiefs mount a reverse sweep earlier. Well, an attempted reverse sweep. A failure. But could they get a little bit of... I was going to say reverse action, but that doesn't sound great. Are they going to get...
You can't say that.
a little bit of a switcheroo here and potentially crumble the other way?
I will say big shout out to our producer, Lordsome, in the chat. A great alternative. We are now allowed to say freeze or technical freeze. And that will get past the P word limitation.
Just a technical freezing happening at the moment, but no technical freeze since game 1, which has been huge for the program that we are trying to run here. As that's a nice first touch for Shores with the dunk as well. Able to get 2 out of the play. Scrub downfield with a huge the demo comes through. Gus no flip clear. That's what I like seeing. It's Hunter 50 straight to Kaka. This is dangerous. This is really bad for the Kib Gang. The reset comes through. It's just a mile over the top. Finn wants in. Only able to get involved there, but Kib Gang doing well to defend so far.
It's not like Kaka to go kind of that less direct route, and especially when he had his own teammate on the backboard looking for the bump, but it may have just been a surprising amount of height that he got on the flip reset that ended up costing him. Even still, chance here for Hunter. Leaves it over to Kaka, and that's just a straight goal. I thought he was going to go for a simple pass. He ends up finding the net pass 2.
That's no-nonsense gameplay right there. You got 2 in net. I'm still going to shoot it. Gus was still floating, and Scrub probably thinking that, Gus was going to be able to cover that right side for him, but the recovery didn't come in time. And a huge goal. And this is kind of what Chiefs do. They seem to just be able to, step up when they need to. It's been a story of them so far this split, doing what they need to do to get the job done.
We are big fans of no-nonsense gameplay over here.
Huge fans.
Your opponents are going to be thinking, oh, he's going to pass. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? Just shoot. Just shoot it. Just get it past them. Just 50 him. That's all you need. It's nice and consistent. It's worked well for Kaka throughout not just this event, not this game, but throughout the entire season so far.
And then look, the no-nonsense gameplay, the reason why you're a fan of Yummy, it actually started with you are the pioneer of no-nonsense gameplay. For those who are unaware...
People used to call me the truck.
Those aren't aware, myself, Yummy Cheeseman, and Johnny Boy playing a bit of ranked, playing a bit of US West 3s. And Johnny was so impressed with the way that Yummy was top scoring every game with no nonsense, straight line to the ball, straight line on net. Just get in, get the job done. We don't need any of this nonsense flip resets, taking it to the side, looking for double. Just fire it on net.
Imagine slowing the ball down with a flip reset. Yeah, sure, somebody might get fooled, but they're all expecting it. What they're not expecting is a flip reset.
Just throw it. Just go the air dribble and get an extra touch over the top instead of pulling up for the flip reset. 5 seconds left. Chiefs looking for the sweep. They've done so well this game to really nullify the entire lineup. Haven't seen Gus get 2 online. This is a last chance, so if they can keep it up. Short stories of 4. There's no real boost for the infield, and that's going to be big trouble as Kaka has a reset. So poised from him, so controlled, and a fantastic sweep. Showing their class is the Chiefs. They'll take the number 3 seed out of the Swiss, move on to the playoffs. And, well, they're pretty much 1 series away from, well, if all things go to plan with Team Power Yummy, 1 series away from potential major and worlds.
That's right. And Morgie, I mean, right there, Chiefs putting a massive pause in the run of Kib Gang. What you predicted it? What's going on?
Okay, I predicted the game wrong, but I will say I predicted one thing right, and I told you boys, you get me back on as host, there are going to be tech issues. But
technical phrases.
Well, we ask for it, so because we love the Phil. We just love just chatting. We talked about the toupee that he's wearing and all that, and it was just a good time.
I will say that was one of the most entertaining games I've watched, but not just for the commentary, but for the gameplay as well. that skim redirect Kaka got in the first game, the power on that was phenomenal. And, you know, CJ, we talked about Gus before the game started being that key player from Kib Gang that we need to step up to the plate to take down the Chiefs. I don't think he really did. What do you think?
Yeah, someone tell me if he's in the room with me right now. He wasn't quite out there. Couldn't find him there. It wasn't his best performance, but you know, not trying to. I won't single him out. I think Kib Gang, they didn't look as quality as we saw, particularly in the first event. I was so impressed with Kib Gang in that first event, at least up to Championship Sunday. They were looking.
We saw them in Swiss in the first event, and we were like, "These guys are the biggest, the real deal." Oh my goodness! Needless to say, they were baiting us the entire time. We spent the entire rest of the split going. Then again, they still have tomorrow. They still have the rest of the weekend. That I'm sure they'll still qualify in round 5. I do feel sorry for whoever does get them in round 5 because they were probably really excited to get into the top 8.
Yeah, they're still a quality team, though, so shout out to them. And as you said, Morgan, it was a fantastic series. I think that, honestly, I'm going to put that on my show reel. If anyone wants to try myself and Yummy Cheese Man as a duo, that is what you're going to get every day of the week. But, yeah, it was great to have another lovely series. One round to go.
One round to go. And for Kib Gang, it's looking like it would be a rematch if we do end up seeing that, or if we see another game. But regardless, Kib Gang will have a rematch against Composure, a game we saw in last qualifier, so it'll be interesting to see how that's going to go. Nonetheless, we are going to enter a quick break, and we'll be back with you guys shortly.
off the admins, Jaden, Guru. They've been left out of this one, and we're back with Morgie and Formal. But CJ ran away. He said too many pauses for him. He's gone. And we're going to go into the final match. But how you guys feeling? For Morgie especially, this is your last series ever on broadcast ever for the rest of our time.
Ever. Yummy is going to make sure I'm not coming back. That's for sure. After how many curses I've put on these series, but nonetheless, the last one of this event, sure.
Hey, Formal, you're muted. Oh, no. How many years have you been doing this, Formal? And every single time.
I find it funny that the moment I start talking about how we shouldn't listen to things Yummy says, I conveniently get muted then. All the talks about
what do you mean get muted? You muted yourself,
and then
buddy.
all of a sudden, I get muted.
And if you're not muted, then you've got your volume up way too high and you're echoing to the stream and everybody in chat's going, fix your mic.
I'm just saying.
Morgie, you can go. I'm just going to sit here and argue with Formal. But we've had our first 4 rounds. We're into round 5. Last chance after seeing Power and Pioneers go through. We also see Gremlins make it through when I said they wouldn't make top 8. Ground 0, obviously my arch enemies go through and Chiefs makes through in the last round. So we head into the last one, Formal.
Yeah, last round of the day, and very different matchups. I mean, Kib Gang going up against Composure, 2 teams we kind of feel like should be getting top 8. Then you have other matchups like the Gaming Gamers, who had a surprising run. They started off 2-0 today. Now in this final round, their matchup maybe a little bit more one-sided, one might think, against the Reapers. But Morgie, looking at you, it's a rematch. Last time we saw these 2 teams play, Magic happened.
You could call it magic. Magic's probably an interesting word for it, but it was definitely a very interesting series, a very tight series right up until the final second. We've touched on it a few times tonight, but we won't go too into that. Come to think of it though, this is really interesting because tonight has been very back and forth with a couple of these teams. I know we mentioned Gremlins before having made it through to tomorrow already, but they did lose in round 1 against Composure earlier on tonight. So Composure have been looking strong. Kib Gang not as strong as they were the first qualifier. I think we said they've definitely gone down quite a lot from our expectations. So
and that's a problem too, because again, there's a lot of talk, Chiefs currently in that prime position for the second spot at the major, and then people look to the Pioneers kind of as that 3rd team in the running. But Kib Gang came into this weekend on the same amount of points as the Pioneers. They have just as much of a chance, but now down here in round 5, even if they get through, there's a chance they could have a very tough bracket ahead of themselves. They've done themselves no favors today, Yummy.
We get the chance to do the predictions now. Chat, have you got Kib Gang or have you got Composure? Now, interestingly enough, for both of these teams, I felt like earlier in the day, in round 3 for, was it Composure and Kib Gang last round, we both had kind of missed level of performance from individuals. For me, Hawk was really good in the last event, surprisingly good considering he never plays the game, and then today didn't get to see too much. And in Kib Gang, we kind of didn't see enough from Gus, who we were expecting a lot for. Scrub was very quiet as well, so maybe we see a couple of those individuals step up. For you guys, who's that going to be? Which player, which team?
Oof. I mean, from what I saw before on Composure, Negative looked pretty strong when it was on stream, and I've been liking what I've been seeing from them. On that other side for Kib Gang, though, I mean, we mentioned it 2 weeks ago. Shores has been hot and has been hot for a while, Morgan. I'm not sure if you agree or disagree there.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think we've seen from his performance tonight that he's been doing very well. And I don't want to be boring and just agree with everything you just said, Formal, but Negative is the player I'd look to on Composure as well. Has had most of their goals tonight. Needs to redeem himself after last qualifier. Doesn't want that to happen again. And it's all on Negative.
I mean, people can agree with me.
I've just learned the secret to being an analyst and making this job. I agree fully with both of your opinions. There we go, and I've said everything I need to say.
Yeah,
you know what?
You You can agree with me. It is allowed. It is allowed sometimes.
I can't remember your opinion, but I'm agreeing with it because then I don't have to do any analysis.
Even better then. You know what? Just blindly agree. That's the real secret, and Twitch chat needs to do the same.
You know what, Yummy? Sometimes it's not about agreeing; it's about not having to pick an argument with everybody else on the desk. And I
Twitch
think
chat
that's
actually
more
doesn't
what's happened
agree. They're
here.
going.
Well,
Twitch chat
look,
disagrees. Actually, they're doing it
sometimes I
wrong.
like being correct, so that's why I like arguing. And well, chat are also arguing, as you said, 58%. Oh, okay. Well, they're arguing with each other now.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You can do it a little bit more to the blue side, Kib Gang. I mean, there was a time, Twitch chat, when you thought Kib Gang was going to be winning these regionals. You believed in them that much, and now you think they're going to drop to composure? What's happening here?
I think it's okay to be a Composure fan. Like, you've got the DreamHack 2019 Montreal extraordinaire Hawk on the roster. You've got Negative, the most famous player in OCE right now. And you got the Pagoat. How can they lose? It seems to be a question of whether they are good enough to take down Kib Gang. Take it away.
There we go, Morgie. Final game of the night. One of these teams going on to that sweet Saturday quarterfinals. For Kib Gang, they still have those major aspirations. They can still find themselves going to London. They have to win the entire regional, though, and you can't do that if you wind up losing to Composure here.
I think it's and Formal, correct me if I'm wrong, because I do get a little bit twisted on the whole points thing sometimes, but not only would Kib Gang would have to win, but they still wouldn't go if Chiefs place second, right? Or...
That is correct. That is very, very correct. So, yeah, there is definitely a lot of work to be done, but you'd have to imagine, again, with Power performing the way they are, and with the Chiefs having their performance today, I'm curious what seed the Chiefs are going to wind up in, because there is still the chance the Chiefs might wind up on that same half of the bracket.
For sure. It's all going to come down to seeding, the all-important seeding. You know, we always look to the teams that are winning and losing. And sometimes we forget about it. It really doesn't matter which side of the bracket the teams are going to end up on. Obviously, if you're going to come up on the same side of the bracket as Power, look, I don't want to say it's GG's, but just with how Power's been performing, it kind of is. So I can't wait to see how that plays out for me.
Yeah, I mean, as strange as it sounds, it does feel like the best chance of beating Power would be kind of to come up against them in the finals. And who knows, for a team like Kib Gang or the Pioneers, it could be a matchup to keep themselves alive, or at least at minimum forcing a tiebreaker. As it stands, that's all dependent on the Chiefs as well, and it's even more dependent for Kib Gang getting through this matchup. First minute and a half, they've had more attacking opportunities, haven't been able to put it in just yet.
For sure, we're probably getting a bit too ahead of ourselves. Although I will admit, Formal, if this was, like we've said it before, but if this was the Kib Gang we saw in Qualifier 4, then we would be a lot more certain about this outcome. But just the way they've been performing so up and down, I'm not 100% sure if... it was hard to predict this one, is all I'm going to say.
I mean, look, Gus and Scrub were players accused of being a bit quieter in their series earlier today. They connect for the first point here, and I mean, the first 2 minutes, yes, it's a small sample size. They had been in control. Negative had a real chance. Hawk had done the hard work, but the two can't connect. Scrub
now with a reset, gets it past one, doesn't quite get it past Hawk though. Look, Formal, we spoke about Hawk before, and we, after last game when we were watching, I said Hawk saved one of those games. Hawk is an incredible defensive player. There was a really, really great save in that game, and I feel like we're going to continue to see that performance out of him today.
I mean, we have to, realistically, if Composure is going to get themselves back through to the top 8. Hawk, it has to be kind of that playmaker for this team. Don't get me wrong, Pagsy has had fantastic Champions Fields moments in the past, but for the most part, is more of a role player, and you want to see just consistency from him. Similar role Negative has had as well. Hawk is the one with the mechanics. Hawk is the one who can force positive situations for the others to back it up, and I want to see more of that on the attacking half, not just defensively as well.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree with you there that we haven't seen as much offensive play from him. It has come predominantly from Negative, as we were talking about in the pre-game. Pagsy as well. I feel like Pagsy has been that quiet one on the team today. We haven't seen too much out of him offensively or defensively. I'm not saying I'm not saying he hasn't done much at all. I'm just saying that we've seen more out of Negative and
it.
Hawk.
No.
But Shaw's gonna miss the shot on net, going a little too high. Gus, another shot gets defended by Negative. Ball's gonna go up the other end.
That's just criminal. I think Shores was thinking a little bit too much on that touch, trying to play keep away from Hawk, who was in position for a squishy save, but I don't know. That was an awkward one. Still with the lead, and a second attempt at it. Ground pinch not quite where it needs to be. Yeah, Kib Gang's going to feel silly after that. That is for certain. A minute 20 remaining. Composure, one strike in it.
Sure, one of the things I do love to see fall in these games is when it's very obvious that there are some mind games being played. Torres, like you said before, had probably not the easiest shot on net, but definitely could have gone in. We're going to see Pagsy is listening to us, hearing us say that we want to see more, and gets the first goal for Composure.
I mean, this was just a very clean pass between Hawk and Pagsy, straight down the middle. Pagsy getting all of that touch. An easy 131 KPH on and through. Tie ball game. Composure right back in it. Chance to take the lead. Let's see if this orange side has another upset in them.
I think they may just yet form more tied ball game, as you said, with less than a minute left. Both of these teams keeping the ball close, trying to make sure they don't give the other team too many offensive opportunities. Gus with a great save there. Taking the ball back into the midfield. Can't quite get it past Pagsy, who gets a touch on it. Ball's gone down the way of Composure, but Hawk with a really good clear.
Shore still keeps it up and above, as Gus will look to follow it through into the corner. Second touch, slows it right on down. Has Scrub outside the box. Pagsy's challenge makes it difficult. What's Negative doing?
Oh no! What could have been a very easy touch. Did Negative get caught on the... No, I thought he got caught on the edge of the goal. Just a bit of an awkward jump, a backflip midair. Not quite the touch you want to see. And just allowing Kib Gang to capitalize on what was such an easy mistake.
That was unusual to say the least. And again, Kib Gang just proving to be Negative's kryptonite, it seems. Goal, late lead, still 10 seconds to go. Let's see if Composure can pull something out of the bag here. Gus with control, though, can put this ball in a lot of dangerous spots. Hawk will collect, and this is who you want to see with possession. Has pulled some one's place in the pass. It is a pass, but it's not good enough. Kib Gang takes game one.
Kib Gang with a save there to make sure that that was not going to be an equalizing goal. Didn't want to take this game to OT. Wanting to get on to the next one. Wanting to potentially sweep this and get this over and done with. I don't blame them. They want to have a nice, easy stroll into tomorrow. But I don't think Composure are going to let them get away that easy for them.
I mean, you would hope not. That is for sure. Last time these two teams played, it did come down to that Game 5 0-seconder, right? Like, that's where these two teams have gone. So to see that continuing with another one-goal game here to start this one off, I doubt Composure is finished with this series yet. However, again, I don't know what it is about, Kib Gang that seems to get in Negative's head, but it's just so many. The second critical unforced error that kind of cost the team a game.
Yeah, they definitely are getting in his head, that's for sure. Like we said before, playing those mind games, but Kib Gang seem to be regaining a little bit of their strength that we've seen them play with in prior qualifiers. Be interested to see if they can keep that up though and keep that momentum going, because we've seen them lose it in the past.
We'll see what they can find as they start this one off. It would be great for Composure to find that first goal, but so far it's actually looking a little bit more Kib Gang favored, at least off that kickoff. Shores, nice cut on Pagsy. Does kind of force Hawk and Negative in a slightly awkward spot. Shores as well, looking for bumps on the back line. Not going to find any, but just showing that Kib Gang remain aggressive even in the opening 20 seconds.
I'm gonna ask Formal, we're not gonna let Negative live it down. We're going to continue to bring up that own goal, but I have to ask, if there's another own goal this game, who's it coming from? Who's gonna let one of the sides down? Is it going to be as fantastic as Negative's? Who do you think?
I mean, the sequels are rarely as good as the original, right? So I don't know. I think for the sake of parity, I want to see it come from the Kib Gang side. Instead, though, they're just hitting it straight through. Gus makes it 1-0.
Nice little touch here from Shores as well to just chip that over Pagsy and Hawk, unable to make it back in time to turn on Gus and stop him from scoring. Kib Gang 1 goal up. Composure really needing to gain some momentum now.
Yeah, it is starting to look a bit dicey. However, kickoff pretty good. Negative. Going for the bump.
Ooh.
Gus is back there, so is Scrub. I like the bump play. However, the defense faster and rotating back.
Definitely could have gone a little bit more aggressive on the shot, but that is to say they Kib Gang did have 3 defenders sitting there, so the bump play was definitely a bit of a tactical move. We're going to see the ball go a little bit wide. Scrub with a chip, can't get it over Hawk. Our defensive masterclass showing from Hawk just continues into this series for.
Yeah, Hawk on defense has been phenomenal thus far. It's just haven't seen that same threat as much on the attacking half. Meanwhile, Negative is a swing and a miss off the backboard. Here comes Shores. Corners it instead of putting the shot on. So, a space, a bit of a reprieve given. Now Hawk, some space to work with. Scrub and Shores commit, but Shores holds on to the boost, so they will be able to shadow Ghost just from behind. Gus not needing the help, though, will make it 2-0.
Yeah, we talked with CJ earlier about Gus being that player that needs to step up on Kib Gang's side. Really great shot from him there to put Kib Gang up 2-0. And yeah, just unfortunate that Hawk wasn't back in net, I guess, because I feel like if he was, then that wouldn't have been a goal.
Would have been a nice one. Gus, though, chance for the hat trick. Doesn't get the second touch.
Hawk taking the ball back up the midfield again. We said we wanted to see more from him offensively, but can't quite get it past the defenders. Gus with a massive clear against the wall, gets it past Negative, tees up Scrub, can't get the shot on target though.
Not able to find it, so instead we come back up the other way. Pagsy takes out one, but Gus will still pop it back up. Shores trying to race from behind. Negative gets their first Scrub. Again, having to rotate back, and a lot of the touches right now from Kib Gang were on the back foot until Gus starts to bring it forward. And I have to admit, Gus may have been called into question, before this game started. He has been showing up, and a chance for another shot here. Hawk with a jumping save.
Hawk with a great save there. Really good pass from Scrub. 2 Shores in the midfield as well. I think that's something I really love to see, and something that we have been missing from a few of the other teams tonight, is those really good passing plays. We've seen a lot of solos, a lot of kind of mechanical style plays, but I love to see goals like that where the players manage to chip it off from one to another and throw defense out of whack a little bit. So hopefully we see a bit more of that to come.
I mean, I am seeing some physicality coming more and more from the Composer side. Negative in particular has been getting some timely bumps. We just need to see the follow-up come through as Hawk. Second touch isn't able to get over Shores, but Shores can't go too far with it. Pagsy kind of rolls over the top of the ball. Gus, slow play forward. Negative there again to challenge. And I'm liking this midfield pressure. I'm liking the more aggressive Composure. I just have to wonder, where was that at the start of this game?
Yeah, definitely. They should have turned it on a little bit before Kib Gang's 2-goal lead. Nonetheless, we're seeing a little bit more pressure now. Maybe they're starting to realize that if Kib Gang run away with this game and take the series to match point, that they'll be in massive trouble. So got to try something, got to try it now before Kib Gang runs away with it.
Well, they are going to get their chance, it feels like, with a minute 10 remaining. I'm whittling out. Going down 2-0 against Kib Gang would be rough. Shores almost with a breakaway. Hawk has to fall back for it, so possession maintained. Very cozy game so far for, I would have to say, the Kib Gang. Yeah, they're maybe not scoring as efficiently, and the shots may have calmed down, but I don't know. They just feel more composed than Composure.
Yeah, definitely. I would have to agree there. I feel like they're, they are playing very comfortably. There's, like you said, there haven't been too many goals, but in saying that, they are stopping Composure from really bringing the ball too far upfield and allowing them to have too many shots. Nonetheless, when Kib Gang have taken their shots, Composure are there to defend as well. So we're going to see a bit of a stalemate goal-wise, but nonetheless, 20 seconds left. Composure need to do something right now. They need a kick-off goal as well to take this, but I don't know if it's going to happen.
Yeah, well, we will see as the ball makes it all the way to the backboard. Negative, a double demo. You'd think that would buy space, but where is the urgency from Composure? Unable to get it past that midfield line. It's going to be a Kib Gang victory. One of the few times we've actually seen a 2-goal difference between these two teams. A shutout as well. Kib Gang in control and a chance to still maybe salvage the 6th seed, which would keep them away from power.
That would definitely be an impressive feat and something they should be aiming for. No one wants to be on the same side of the bracket as Power. But Formal, this was a game. I'll admit, when we were deciding which game to go to for this game 5 on cast, I would say this. I put my hand up for this one. I thought this was going to be a lot closer than it is, and not to say Composure isn't capable of pulling off a reverse sweep, but I did not think that they would be in this position match point this early.
No, it definitely has been a bit of a strong one for them. And again, Kid Gang, I'm fairly certain if they 3-0 this just because of the game's differential, that should put them in that number 6 seed, which would also, if I am not mistaken, put them against the Chiefs in the quarterfinals. And you're talking before how, hey, if you can stop the Chiefs from getting to the semifinals, a lot more scenarios open up for that tiebreak. In fact, then you would only need make it to the finals to force that tiebreaker, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be a very big quarterfinal matchup. Granted, that happens if Kid Gang can secure that number 6 seed. They do so with the win here.
Sure, it will be interesting to see how everything is going to play out. Of course, we will have a better idea of it after this game ends, or I guess after the other games end as well, to see who is sitting where. That'll definitely be exciting, and you know, for anybody who is looking forward to some more OCE Rocket League, make sure to tune in tomorrow night for the top 8 teams. But we will let you know who's going to be finalizing that top 8 shortly.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what this is determining, and I'm just thinking about that right now. It could be a very, very, very interesting. Imagine a world where Kid Gang gets that number 6 seed, plays against the Chiefs, and beats them, and then we get a matchup like Pioneers versus Kid Gang to see who faces the Chiefs then in a tiebreaker to possibly go to London. Oh, that could be a lot of fun. I mean, yeah, it's definitely still a lot of high stakes on the table. Granted, all that could be thrown asunder as well if Composure can find their namesake once again. Negative gets the first point.
Negative trying to start this reverse sweep early, make sure that Composure are not out of it. Kid Gang a little bit caught off guard there. Suarez unable to get to the ball just in time for that save. You can see Composure 1-0 up now. They're going to try and hold this lead for sure.
Yeah, it is going to be a big early lead against the team whose destiny somehow is still in their own hands. Gus going for a reset, gets it past one. Hawk stays back out of the net, and they're going to look to go the distance back the other way. Suarez runs a bit of disruption. Negative is absolutely bullying Scrub in the back of the net, so Gus has to rotate all the way around to get that clear.
We did say before that we do want a little bit more aggressive play, some more bumps, some more demos even, that we haven't seen too many so far. Now we can see Suarez taking the ball up the field. Gus with a nice pass to the backboard. Cannot get it past the defenders there. Scrub now going to bang the ball upfield. Both of his teammates behind him though, so it's not really going to go to anyone. We're going to see neither team keep possession.
Here's a question for you. Who is the biggest bully, do you think, in RLCS? And I mean that, like, you know, in terms of the bullying play. So you can't say Yummy, because Yummy's not playing. But who is the biggest, you know, physical bumps demos player?
I heard production say
like,
Yummy.
Main event RLCS.
I heard them say Yummy. I knew it was coming.
Can't say Yummy. He's not playing. I get where you're coming from. It's a fair answer. But
in OCE?
Yeah. Physical bump demo happy player.
Would it not be Torsos? I feel like historically it's been Torsos, but maybe we haven't been with too many demos recently. I remember when was it? We had an event like months ago. You reckon Hawk with the demos?
No, I was reckoning Hawk had a chance for that shot right there.
I was like, strange call. Have we seen Hawk banging out the demos this match? I don't know about that one. No, I reckon Torsos. Maybe it's historical, but I reckon Torsos.
Yeah, Torsos,
Surely.
I think that's a good shout. Torsos definitely could be up there. I think this split, maybe even more so Banana Head. I think Suarez has had a lot of moments as well, actually, as, Rule 1 broken. Fair enough. Thought Hawk would own up to it, but not going to be the case. Negative, looking to pass it forward. Hawk and Gus are there, but Gus will win out. Ball might fall in. They save by Negative.
I mean, I am a believer in the Rule 1 respect for. I think that it needs to be held, but it's tricky to criticize a player like Hawk in a situation like that where Composure need to stay in this game. They need to stay in this series by winning this game.
Oh!
And I don't know how long they can hold on to this game for. They're not even able to hold on to the lead when Shores is scoring goals like that for them.
You know, I have been saying, and you know what, and it should be said, actually, I shouldn't give myself credit because Yummy has agreed with me on this one as well. Shores has been looking fantastic, it feels like, and has been, I think, one of the more underrated players in this region for a little while now. Plays like that, Kivo is like that, remind us why Shores looking to do it again! Back-to-back doubles, calling Mr. In and Out.
Sorry, Formal, I'm still caught up on the fact that you just said Yummy agrees with you. Yummy, is he capable of agreeing? Well, I thought, where's Yummy from before going, oh, well, if I'm the caster, I don't agree with you.
Yeah, you weren't there Saturday, it's okay.
It's just a Saturday Yummy thing, okay. Gotcha,
yeah, it's a
gotcha.
Saturday. No, but sure. Hey, did you not hear Yummy coming into this game? He was saying he agrees with everything we say. Shores almost with the hat trick, pushes it wide. But two doubles for Shores. Fantastic stuff. Late lead. A minute 15 to go. Kib Gang might be able to put this one away.
Shores being such a critical key part of Kib Gang's success right now. Composure was about to take this game, or they were running away with it, but Shores said, nah, I'm not going to let you do that. I'm going to score two of the best goals I've scored this split, and I'm going to do them back to back. But we're going to see last 50 seconds of this game play out, and or maybe something needs to be done right now.
We will see, as there's going to be Scrub rotating back. Now Shores will look to push this one ahead. Hagsy off the sidewall, but Scrub will challenge. Still 35 seconds to go. Gus across the middle of the field, looking for someone underneath. Shores will get there. The chance to put this game on ice. Second touch sets up Scrub. Goes over the top of Hawk. 20 seconds remaining. Composure. They're going to need to go the distance. So much field to cover. It's a goal to stay alive.
Composure feeling the pressure right now, but Shores again with the I'm going to score again. Make sure Composure has not a single chance yet. Composure would have to get 2 kickoff goals right now just to equalize this and take it to OT.
I don't think it's happening. Shores, MVP, too good, top player, hat trick, game 3, putting this one away. Kickoff looks dangerous. Scrub is there to push it to the side. And as the time whittles down, Morgie, Kib Gang, destiny in their hands. They got a matchup coming up tomorrow against the Chiefs, and that's going to make for a spicy Saturday for sure.
My, oh my, that will be exciting to watch. I can't wait to tune in and see what happens there. But I'm just going to say, Kib Gang have stepped it back up. They're playing like they were in the first qualifier this split. And we can see that they still have what it takes. They're still hungry. They want these wins, and I absolutely believe that they have a decent shot to.
I would have to imagine so, Yummy. I mean, again, they control their own destiny. London is still on the table technically for the Kib Gang.
Yeah, anyone who can, anyone in terms of Pioneers and Kib Gang can just do 2 placements better than the Chiefs to get into a tiebreaker with them. And then obviously win that to go over. Or, technically it is possible to get 3 placements ahead, though that's going to rely somewhat on... Well, actually, it seems likely that it'll be Chiefs versus Kib Gang in the first round of the quarterfinals. So it could very much be in Kib Gang's hands.
That's kind of what I was saying. Like, that's what I mean. This is almost really working out well for Kib Gang, assuming they get that win against the Chiefs. And then there's potential for that fun matchup in the semifinals, Kib Gang versus Pioneers, to see who secures the tiebreak. That the bottom half of this bracket for the quarterfinals is going to be fantastic.
So let me get this straight. If Kib Gang or Pioneers are we say they take out this qualifier, we say they come first and Chiefs come third, is that a tie break, or
That's
does that
a tie.
put one of the teams
First
in
and
there?
third is a
That's
tie. But because Kib Gang could knock out the Chiefs in the 5th to 8th spot, then it's just making it to the finals to get the tie. And with Power on the opposite side of the bracket, that seems a lot more feasible. So a lot of teams are going to be rooting for the Kib Gang tomorrow.
I do like it because Pioneers, Chiefs, and Kib Gang, who are in our top 4 every single event so far, are all in the same side of the bracket, opposite side of Power. So they're all having their own power struggle at the other side of the bracket.
And meanwhile, the Power side, I mean, if you're rooting for the Power perfect season here in OCE, they've got a pretty golden road for it. So, I mean, they're going to be feeling pretty good. As we take a look at our final standings, you can see some surprising teams maybe in qualifying in that 3-1 spot. Gremlins and Ground Zero in there. But outside of that, you know.
so surprising.
I mean, look, neither of us called it, right? We thought they were each in discussion at the start of the day of like the most underperforming teams. Here they are now, 3-1.
Yeah, I called Gremlins wouldn't make it, and they proved me wrong. Even though it looked like a good prediction after they lost to Composure in the first round. But Ground Zero, I always expected them to make it through to the top 8, so not too necessarily surprised. It's just the fact that they did it over HSP that was surprising. And the final results are in, so HSP have moved through to join Reaper's Scythe, who 3-0'd Gaming Gamers, as well as Kid Game.
That's a rough fall from grace for the Gaming Gamers. Congrats, though, to Reaper's Scythe getting through. I don't think that's a team a lot of people would have actually picked to make top 8, Morgie.
Yeah, definitely. And against a team like Gaming Gamers, I know Gaming Gamers have been a little bit up and down, and we've talked about, you know, whether they're 3 coaches, if that's 3 or 4 coaches at this point, is if it's a buff, if it's to their detriment. But to see that they've fallen there is a little bit interesting to me.
Also, you know, bit of a shout out to Zombie Freak, who's on that roster, because you know, there was a time Zombie Freak, Rothy, and I don't even remember who their third was at this point in time. They were together, they were on the comeback, and that was like 2017, 2018 times before they disappeared. So he's back, baby, and he's made it into the top 8, and he's going to have a tough first round up against the Pioneers, but once you get into the top 8, you don't really have an easy first round.
No, I mean, there is no such thing as a freebie at this stage. I think Ground Zero versus Gremlins as well, Morgie, is going to be a fun match to watch.
Well, that's a freebie, but, you know, they're against each other.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what... If 2 things are free, well, then someone's still getting ripped off.
I think it's interesting, and yeah, from as you said, Ground Zero and Gremlins, that'll be interesting. The Chiefs versus Kib Gang, obviously the match we've been talking about just before, a very decisive match will be good to watch. Power versus HSP, Yummy. Look, I don't want to disappoint you too much
don't say
too
it
early.
Then. Don't say it.
Don't say it.
Don't
Power.
say it.
What? Yummy's predicting HSP take Power.
Yep, there you go. Wow,
Well,
crazy
I
prediction.
didn't say that. I just said don't say
Wow.
it.
Don't say it. Okay.
I respect your conviction of really putting your name and reputation out there on HSP.
Well, you do realize
Power.
you do realize that sounds silly because I've said Power from the very beginning to the very end and never doubted for 1 second. You know, I might predict HSP when it makes sense against the Chiefs, but I don't think I have HSP against Power tomorrow. But you never know. It doesn't really matter for Power. They've already made it to the Major and the Worlds. For those at home who missed the first series of the day, they have qualified. So tomorrow and Sunday is all going to be about who gets that second spot. We're going to be starting with the most important series of the day. So make sure you're here at the very beginning of the stream because that is going to be a doozy.
Every match, I think, is interesting. Even, you know, Pioneers versus Reapers, it should be worth noted. Reapers did take Pioneers to Champions Field to start the day off. So, yeah, it is going to be a fun one. But, yeah, cannot miss the start. Chiefs versus Kib Gang, going to be the game of the day. I would almost want to flip everything around, you know, because you build up to the main event. But, that's not how we do it in the upside-down world of Australia.
Definitely wanting everybody to be there for that match. I think all of tomorrow is going to be exciting, but that is the one to watch.
All right. Well, what a fantastic Friday that we had. Make sure you're here tomorrow at 5 p.m. AEST. Now, of course, Morgie, this is your last broadcast of the season. It was fantastic having you here for a few events, and I do hope that we are back, including you. So I'm going to give you, since it's your last broadcast, the chance to say goodbye to everyone and close us out. I'm not going to say anything more.
No worries at all, Yummy. Thank you for having me here, everybody. I have enjoyed it very much, and casting with these guys has been amazing. Like they've said, don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be huge. It is also important for that second spot. Tomorrow here at 5 p.m. We'll see you then.